Happy Monday! Happy Monday! Monday. Monday. Happy Monday, everyone. How's everyone doing? Uh-oh. My cords are kind of tangled up here. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing on this lovely Monday? You know, we got a lot to talk about. As always, every day's a new disaster. Yay! But don't worry. We'll also have some other we'll do some we'll do a little bit of education too today. Why not? Why the fuck not, right? So that while the world's burning, at least you know you're smart. Okay, Doug. Hello, Doug. Hello, Doug. So glad you're here, Doug. As always, Doug has been around for God, ages. I think the late Triassic or something like that. Regardless, hello, Doug. So glad you're here. Macon is here. Hello, Macon. So glad you're here, Macon. As always, Macon, you've been here forever. I mean, dear God. Jesus Christ, Macon. Okay. Let's see here. In Your Groove is here. In Your Groove also has been here forever. Oh my God, Jesus. Hello, In Your Groove. So glad you're here. Fetty Spaghetti. Oh my God, Fetty Spaghetti. I love Fetty Spaghetti. Don't we all love Fetty Spaghetti? We all love Fetty Spaghetti, okay? A classic of the community, right? Druzilla. Druzilla's been here, my God, also forever. Dear Lord. Hello, Druzilla. I think Druzilla was around when the Battle of Agincourt happened. I don't know. Druzilla's been around for a long time. Sir Bart is here again, also been around forever. I remember the days when Sir Bart had a wizard in his profile picture. It was lovely. Hello, Sir Bart. Meowsword, of course, as always. Meowsword, the designer of all the images on my God, like practically all the images I use for my stream. Meowsword's been here for ages as well. Hello, Meowsword. Lurking Snow Leopard has not been here for ages and ages, but is an established member of the community. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Glad to have you here, Lurking Snow Leopard. Louise, hello, Louise. Louise has been here since the goddamn beginning. Why do I always go into the history of each of you whenever I start the stream? Regardless, hello, Louise. So glad you're here. Okay, correct, Meowsword. Why do you think I chose it? We are in an arms race. Yeah, I know, right, Meowsword? Aren't you excited? I know Meowsword's gonna be going on a flight soon. Meowsword says we're back in the season of airport tomfoolery right before. Oh, good word choice. Ooh, I like the word foolery. Right before my flight. Yeah, right, Meowsword. Dear God, we're gonna talk about that briefly. I'm not surprised at all that this happened at LaGuardia. Because I've had personally bad experiences at LaGuardia, which I was going to tell you guys one story about that. Hello, Ivana. Ivana's been around forever too. Hello, Ivana. So glad you're here, Ivana. Hello, Ivana. Well, so am I, Doug. I think we're both very old. Yes. Hello, Doug. Doug says I'm old, of course. James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. Another classic in the stream here. Hello, James Nordoff. Egg and cheese, also a classic. Hello, Egg and cheese. So glad you're here, Egg and cheese. I had egg and cheese this morning, by the way. Egg, cheese, and ham, technically. A little bit of pepper mixed in there and some onions. It was quite delicious egg cheese. You get a boop for filling up my tum-tum. Okay. A lot to talk about today, guys. I wanted to start excuse me. I wanted to start, of course, by discussing. Trump had a tweet this morning, or not a tweet, whatever the fuck. Excuse me, whatever the hell it's called. What is it? What is this thing called? I don't know. A truth. Well, that's dystopian. He had a truth this morning. Excuse me, about the war with Iran. That I think I want to see what you all have to say about it because I think we all know what's going on here. Okay, I think we all know what's going on here. So let's get into it. Let's just get right into it. All right, why not? After we go through a few news items, I'm going to do a brief presentation on the Modoc War, which I think all of you will find interesting, and I demand you all stay around for, because you've almost certainly never learned about it in school, and it's super interesting. So we'll do a brief presentation on the Modoc War. There might be some people in here from California that have heard of it, though maybe not. I'm not sure if it's part of California's curriculum to talk about the Modoc War, but it's definitely a part of no school's curriculum that I'm aware of, and it's almost never talked about, but it's very badass, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so we'll do that. So we have some news items, Modoc War. What's going to happen after that? We have some things to watch together. We got we got a bunch of things to do. We have a bunch of things to do. Let's just get right into it, shall we? So let me go over to our scene here. Let's talk about some news items before we get into the Modoc War. All right. I wanted to start today by showing you Trump's cute little truth this morning. Okay. Trump's cute little truth in quotes this morning. You know it in your groove, you know it exactly. Okay, you're right in your groove. That's probably in your groove says California here. Never heard of it. Probably makes our ancestors look bad. Oh, in your groove. If only you knew. Actually, apparently you do know because you basically are saying exactly the reason why you probably don't learn about it. Okay, so. All right, so Trump this morning, by the way, at 7:30 a.m. Is Meowzord still here? Okay, I gotta say, Meowzord has partially led me to start thinking a little bit differently about certain things. Not that, okay, admittedly, I already knew the stock market mattered desperately to these people, but it has become, I've been more cognizant of looking at the time when Trump does these things, and he like barely hides the fact that he's doing it for the sake of the stock market. Okay, let me explain. Yeah, yeah, Meowzord, and I should have noticed that previously. Like, obviously, he times these things right at times so that the stock market doesn't looks better. Okay, so let me explain. At 7:30, I guess originally he posted this at like what 7:30 a.m. Okay, and now yes. So yes, correct, Louise. But that's the point, Louise. Is he almost certainly isn't actually negotiating with Iran. Okay, it's all a lie. Okay, it's definitely almost all a lie, which we'll talk about. So, all right. Druzilla, every chat does go to the shared chat. I'm not sure what you mean. Every chat does go, for as far as I know, every chat does go to the shared chat, unless there's something wrong. Okay, so Trump, in very histrionic fashion. By the way, I'm eating some cereal. Forgive me. Posted this morning on True Social in all capital letters because he's trying not to sound desperate at all. But of course, in that attempt, he definitely looks very desperate. He says in all caps. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bartholomew. I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Now, here's the thing. Uh, that's weird, Rosella. Here's the thing, guys. It's like not true, right? He posted this on a Monday today, as soon as the stock markets opens. Okay. Now, you know what happened as soon as he posted it? The cost of gas went down. I mean, at least according to the stock market, the cost of gas went down and the Dow went up like 1,000 points or whatever. I don't know, a lot of points. Okay. Went up a lot of points. because now the market thinks that there's actually negotiations going on. And notice how he says in here that this will be subject to will be for 5 days. You know, when the market closes, I should say when the market closes for the weekend in 5 days. So like he's trying to make it appear as though there's going to be negotiations going on for 5 days so that the stock market and gas prices go down, or at least so that the stock market goes up and gas prices go down. Yeah, and so do we really think he's having yeah, exactly. The Iranians completely denied ever even talking to him. And remember what they said, guys. They said by the way, this is a war crime. He's openly admitting to wanting to do war crimes. He said that they were going to start bombing Iranian infrastructure if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, which is a war crime. You're not supposed to target essential infrastructure in a country. That's just a open war crime. He's just openly saying he wants to do a war crime. But I guess what should we expect by now? As soon as he said that, Iran came out and said, if you attack our infrastructure, we'll completely close the Strait of Hormuz so that no vessels can get through, which would even further hurt the international economy. And is it coincidental that after they did that, not that long after they did that, he announces, oh, don't worry, guys. Well, you know what? We're not going to bomb their infrastructure. We'll wait 5 days, have 5 more days of negotiations, and yeah, everything's looking great. So basically, he didn't get anything he wanted because the Strait of Hormuz is still closed to the vast majority of shipping and shit. And Iran got exactly what it wanted. He's not going to bomb their energy infrastructure. Okay. So it's all a bunch of bullshit. Okay, it's all a bunch of bullshit, and he's trying to save the stock market. It typically takes about 2 to 3 days. Once the price of oil goes down or up on the stock market, okay, or on the general markets, it typically takes about 2 or 3 days for that to translate into lower lower or higher oil prices at gas stations. So yeah, in about 2 or 3 days, you might see the cost of gas go down a little bit, which will at least give the illusion to the American people and the big companies who rely on low gas prices that that the war is going well and that it's going to be looking good. It's not. Okay, it's not. It's all an illusion. And I got to tell you, almost all the mainstream news sources I've seen are falling for it partially. Okay, are like, this is the headline story. Trump is negotiating with Iran. Negotiations are ongoing. Claims victory, claims Donald Trump claims substantial negotiations with not that much pushback. So it's certainly working. It's certainly working in terms of detracting attention away from the war that is not going well. And at least it is giving the illusion to the market that things are going well. That's my theory on it. Anyone have any other theories on this? I don't think he's being honest at all. I just don't think he's being honest. I don't think it doesn't make sense to me why Iran would do that. Anyway. Yes, no, and guys, by the way, let me pull up the story here. Do we think Israel wants the war to end? Okay, no, right? They don't want the war to end. They want our troops to go die on the ground for them. But what's funny is that right after, you're right, Mithril. It never returns to the previous price, Mithril. You know why, Mithril. Of course you do, right? Some little bit of profit seeking there. Okay. So, this is Israel obviously doesn't want that. So if we were to guess, guys, okay, let's predict. Let's predict. Okay, yeah, Drizilla, it would be. Okay, let's predict. And let me it would be Drizilla to not share about the meetings, which could be, it is possible Iran is lying. Like I'm not going to lie to you guys. It is possible that Iran is lying. Do I think that's a high chance? No. No, I'd put that at like a 5% chance that Iran is lying. It'd be advantageous for them to lie about it and say, we're not actually seeking negotiations if they were, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Trump has gained nothing. So to me, I think it's a coping mechanism for the fact that he can't get what he wants. Okay, so if we were to guess, given that we know that Israel wants this war to continue, what do we think now, if you know what they did, don't say it, okay? What do you think they would do as soon as they heard Trump doing this deal? What do you think they would do if they heard about Trump making this deal? Give me some guesses about what Israel would do if once they read this truth. What do you think they might do? What are some things they might do? Okay. Of course he is, J-Mac. He's totally manipulating the market. Make some money off of it, J-Mac. Why not? Okay. What do you think Israel's going to do? Do you think, what do you think they're going to do if they, Sir Bartholomew? Okay. Sir Bartholomew says immediately attack power plants. You know what they've done? Now, as far as I know, they didn't attack power plants, but as soon as this truth came out, they started bombarding Iran. They just started bombarding the hell out of Iran, like a whole bunch. Now they have been every day, but a lot more as soon as this truth came out. Because, they're hell set on there not being a peace agreement. So, of course, they're like, oh, wait, there might be a peace agreement. Bomb the hell out of Iran. Let's make it even harder. So, again, right now, guys, Trump is not in control of the situation. He's just not. And he's absolutely desperate to end the war. I got that. That's the conclusion I've come to. He is desperate. He knows he's made a big mistake. He's a moron. His administration thought the war would go really quickly, that Iran would surrender really quickly. There are reports coming out that he thought Iran would surrender when just by him sending his aircraft carriers and stuff over there, that show of force would convince them. No expert would tell you that would work, okay? But apparently he thought that would work. Then when that didn't work, he started bombing them, hoping that they'd very quickly surrender when they noticed that they were being outbombed. That's not working. So now he's like, well, damn. What do I do now? I was a complete moron. Yes, J-Mac. This is what happens when you surround yourself with psychopaths and yes men. Absolutely. Okay, egg and cheese. Israel loves pointing the blame and playing the victim to manipulate. Oh, of course, egg and cheese. Totally. Yep. Oh, correct. In your groove, you know it. You know it. How is this hubris? How is this hubris constantly repeated? We'll be home before Christmas. In your groove, you know it. This is imperial hubris. That is exactly what happens. That's happened historically. Imperial hubris. When you have a very powerful country, they tend to have a very high opinion of themselves and think that we are, and this sort of shit happens. Alyssa, you say, I'm sure he's that self-aware, Sam. In regard to what, Alyssa? Trump is that self-aware? Yeah, no, as you know, okay. He's not. He's like complete idiot. Okay. Let's see here. Ivana B. Spank, did you see the cute little animation Aram seems to have released to explain the blockade? Yes, I have seen Ivana. We might watch it here in a bit. It's actually kind of cute. So, all right, thank you, Marzipan Power. Realizing that it was a mistake. Yeah, no, Alyssa, I honestly think he has realized that, okay? Like, it's kinda, you can tell how desperate he is. He is just desperate to get out of this. Now, he would never admit it, but I think he does. Maybe he's not mentally admitted it, but he's acting like he knows, okay? And he's kinda lashing out, but of course, once you start a war like this, guys, you're not gonna be able to reel it back in. It's out of his hands, right? Even if he were to leave the region, just randomly leave it, Israel might still bomb Iran, and they're not gonna open the Strait of Hormuz if Israel's okay. Um, Also, it should be noted that the Trump administration has admitted that they've even said that the person that they're negotiating with inside of Iran is not the supreme leader, and they refuse to say who it is. So we don't even know if they're talking to someone if they even are talking to someone, or if it's someone who even has the authority to negotiate on behalf of Iran. Okay. Anyway, yeah, Sir Bartholomew, there is no greater danger than underestimating your opponent. But guys, this is like basic military strategy. And I've told you about it, right? Friction. You have to understand that your enemy will also plot. It's like Trump and the administration thought that they had a set of plans, and then and they assumed immediately that those plans would work. There'd be no pushback. It'd be a perfect, seamless strategy. Nothing good will go wrong. They won't get any resistance. Iran can't adapt at all, and everything will be honky dory. That's not how war works. And that's basic, 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 basic. So, um, Alyssa, what are the implications of Iran demanding Chinese yuan over USD for payment from the Strait? Uh, Probably the fact that they're trying to further weaken the American currency and make the Chinese currency the global reserve currency. It's another attempt at weakening American empire. Yeah, Louise, you're right. You can tell that Trump and Hegseth haven't played chess, right? Or Louise, they've played chess, but their opponent always loses on purpose, right? It might be the case that they're surrounded by such sycophants that they're not used to losing because no one ever wants to let them lose, right? Regardless, it's just dumb. Like I'm not a general and I could tell you that, right? Like this whole strategy has been stupid beyond belief. Mm. Of course, there's also those little side things like the violations of international law. Okay. Violation of international law and shit like that. Lurking Snow Leopard, he knows he was calling out old presidents for the same stuff he is doing now. Yeah, Lurking Snow Leopard. Well, but that is fair, guys. It is possible. It is possible, though, that he's incapable of seeing himself as committing the same mistake as past presidents because he has like a God complex. He literally he thinks that because it's him doing it, he can't fail. That's possible too. In the end, I really don't know. But yeah, okay. Regardless, this whole thing was moronic. Okay, it is moronic and isn't going to end, at least from what I can tell, anytime soon, unless Iran wins or unless Iran gets some major concessions. And good for them. They should. Okay. All right, guys. So, all right. What have I missed? A lot, Trump fail. I mean, not a lot, but you should watch. Okay. Yeah, LaQuardia, they're playing checkers when the rest of the world is playing chess. Yeah. Okay, and they don't know how to play it. So, okay, it's just dumb, all right? Yeah, anyway, it's just dumb, it's just dumb, it's just dumb. Yeah, there you go, Sir Bartholomew. God Emperor Trump needs no strategy. He is God Emperor Trump. And guys, I know I would make way too many comparisons to Hitler. That's just because I know Hitler really well. Okay, like I know him personally. No, I'm kidding. But like that was kind of Hitler's thing. After a certain series of successes, after Hitler had a certain number of military and political successes, he got the sense that he was predestined to win. Same thing with Napoleon Bonaparte. They kind of got this god complex that, oh, it must be destiny for me to win. And like, no matter what I recommend, it's basic, I'm going to win. Okay. That midnight miss. Okay. You're not wrong. Midnight miss. That's more like tic tac toe. Okay. Like it's sort of this megalomania thing. And some leaders are more prone to it than others. Trump was already kind of prone to it, but he perceives himself as having great success in Venezuela, having great success in other countries. He's always saying he's winning wars and doing shit. Yeah, it only took 2 wins for Trump to feel the same, the election in Venezuela. And it could be that he was going to feel that way anyway, but yeah, this is what happens, okay? You don't lose until you lose. Okay, and he's going to lose now, and that you only need to lose once. So it's not going great, all right? I'm going to quickly let me see what I can do here. You guys can't see this. I keep needing to sign into this shit. I want to read this little part of this article to you guys, or at least read through it with you, see what we can learn about all the stuff we just talked about, anything I didn't miss, etc. All right, so I'll put it back over here. So this is from the AP. Guys, a lot of this stuff is literally updating as we're talking because this only came out this morning. So, President Donald Trump said Monday the U.S. was talking with a respected Iranian leader and claimed the Islamic Republic was eager for a deal to end the war. He also extended a deadline for Iran to reopen the crucial Strait of Hormuz or face attacks on its power plant, saying it has an additional 5 days. That's a surrender. Okay, that's him basically saying, oops, okay, I'm retracting my threat. Trump's turnaround, which held out the possibility of resolving the war now in its 4th week, served to drive down oil prices and jolt stocks. It offered a reprieve after the U.S. and Iran traded threats over the weekend that could have cut electricity to millions in Iran and around the Gulf and knocked out desalination plants, providing many desert nations with drinking water. Again, guys, just a subtle Just a subtle war crime there, a little bit of a subtle war crime. Cheese, we actually talked about that on Saturday, okay? So that's good. All right. Trump told reporters that Iran wants to make a deal. Remember, he said that before too, and he lied. And claimed U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff, who, by the way, is a goddamn clown. I may be a jester, but this guy is a clown. Okay, and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner had held talks with the Iranian leader on Sunday. He did not say who that was, but said the U.S. had not talked to the supreme leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. Okay, Iran denied talks had been held. No negotiations have been held with the U.S. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf posited on X, adding that fake news is used to manipulate financial and oil markets. Yep. Yep. Yeah, right, LaQuarria, people don't need water to live. What are we, a bunch of fish? Exactly, LaQuarria, right? All right. So there's that. Apparently, they're claiming negotiations are underway. Bullshit. Bullshit. By the way, guys, do we know that the United States and Israel have killed more than 2,000 people since this war began? And that's almost certainly an underestimate because we don't have an accurate count yet. They've killed over 2,000 people. I don't know if that includes Lebanon or not, but, just a note there. If you didn't think we were the baddies, okay, over 2,000 people dead. So that's good. Love that. Trump threatened over the week. By the way, in very evil empire wording here, Trump threatened over the weekend to, quote, obliterate Iran's power plants unless the country releases its stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of all the world traded oil passes within 48 hours. That deadline would have expired late Monday. So obviously, he's pushing back the deadline since he realized he doesn't want to do that. Okay. So again, just casually saying they want to do war crimes against Iran, attacking their energy infrastructure. By the way, you do know that's what Russia does, right? They're constantly attacking Ukraine's energy grid, and the United States is constantly screaming about how it's a war crime when you shouldn't target civilian infrastructure. Rah, 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 rah. Okay, but and then, here comes the United States into Iran. We're going to obliterate their energy infrastructure. Okay, that's cute. I love that for us. Great fun, great fun. And just to be open about it. Like, guys, at least Bush tried to lie, right? Like, come on. At least Bush respected us enough to lie to our faces about it. Trump is just like openly, yeah, we're going to do a war crime against you. Dolly Boy, hello, Dolly Boy. How are you, Dolly Boy? Okay, welcome to hell. So I just love this for us. Okay. Anyway, you guys get the idea here. Iran is claiming the U.S. is backing down. I agree with Iran. Okay. Yeah, right. LaQuarria says war crimes for me, not for thee. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're right, Ivana. Though we will win a war in 5 minutes because we are the biggest and baddest, have been very quiet, haven't they, Ivana? And isn't it funny how we've said that over and over again through multiple wars and we've still never learned our lesson? Okay. All right. So that's fun. So there you go, guys. There's the first story. The war continues to no one's benefit, not to Iran's benefit, not to America. Well, actually, it might end up benefiting Iran a little bit. Not at the moment, but I mean, it's going to hurt them a lot, but they're going to end up on top. Not to the United States benefit, Israel's benefit, basically to no one's benefit, except maybe China and Russia's. Anyway, it's good. I like it for us. It's great news. On that note, I believe I think it was Louise that actually posted this video, and I wanted to watch it with you guys while we're talking about this. Louise posted this video in reactions, and I thought it was a great talk, and I wanted you guys to listen to it. This was I keep saying the Minority Report, the Majority Report, all right? And they have a Juan Cole, who's a really well-known professor. I've actually heard of him before, from Michigan University. Big expert on Middle East politics and things like that. And he talked to them a bit about what's happening in Iran and gave some very interesting insight. And I want you all to hear it. It's probably better. It's better coming from, I don't want to just copy what he says and tell you guys. I'd rather you hear it from his mouth because I really agree with him. Okay. And he knows a lot more about the politics of the region than I do, for sure. So just listen to what he has to say.
In terms of
Okay.
like Iran dictating this timeline, then the question is, how does Trump get to declare victory? Because we played a clip of Caroline Leavitt yesterday saying that Trump can declare unilateral surrender and he gets to determine what that means, which basically means like they want to win the PR battle here.
You know Trump failed.
But I mean, if you have the son of Khamenei as the leader and you still have the regime in place, I'm desperate for an off-ramp for this, but I don't even know how Trump can spin this as a even regime change victory.
Like I said, guys, he wants an off-ramp, but there's no good options.
At all, because it's literally the son of the guy that he just killed.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's as long as Mujtaba Khamenei is the leader in Iran, relations with the United States are going to be tough. They may improve when Trump goes out, but yeah, you know, I think the Iranians really, as you say, are the ones who will determine when all this ends, and it's not. The Americans and the Israelis think, well, they have a
oops, right, guys? Oopsie. We went to war and we gave all the cards to the Iranians. Oops.
Limited number of missiles.
Guys, what's a good football metaphor? And I mean the American football, right? What is it called? You know, guys, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know these sports rules. What's it called when you throw the ball and like someone on the other side catches it and then runs with it? What is that called? Not a fumble, right? Isn't a fumble when you interception? Thank you, J-Mac. Speak about pretty big interception here, right? It's like our QB, our quarterback just threw the ball and immediately caught the right to the Iranians. It's like, here you go. Oh, we're gonna win this war. Here's the ball. Okay. Anyway, cute little error there. Hello, Theodore. Welcome, Theodore. So glad you're here.
The missile launchers. We'll attrite them.
Is that by the way, is that a good metaphor? Did I do that sports metaphor right? Was that a good sports metaphor?
After a while, they won't be able to do anything. But it doesn't work like that. They have these Shahed drones, which cost like $20,000 or $30,000 to make a piece.
Screw you, J-Mac.
They can make 400 of them a week, and they're making them as we speak.
And I didn't know that, guys.
And
I didn't know that Iran could make 400 of these drones per week. So remember how I said Iran might eventually run out of these things? Apparently not. If they can make 400 of these goddamn things a week, they might run out of missiles, but they're going to just keep throwing drones. Like, okay.
Big stockpile of them. I don't know.
Gotcha, Paul Squaw.
50,000 is not clear.
You know what, guys? Fuck all of you. How dare you? How dare you, Paul Squaw? My metaphor was great. Trump failed. My metaphor was great. I hate all of you. It was a 9 to 10. It was a 9 to 10 out of 10. Okay.
And many of them can be launched from under the sand, so it's very hard to see where they're being launched from. So they can go on hitting near neighbors, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia for a long time. You know, attrition is not going to happen anytime soon. And as I said, again, the Americans don't understand who the Saudis and the Qataris really are.
I hate you so much.
They're like the world's country billionaires. You know how we're always complaining the billionaires.
Guys, please listen to this part, especially because, you know, I don't know much about the Gulf states in terms of international politics. So he has a lot of good insight on that part of this.
Pushing us around and so forth. But these guys, I mean, the Saudis have a $1.5 trillion investment fund and $1.5 trillion in reserves. They have like $3 trillion walking around money. This is not money that they need to build roads or run the country. I mean, this is just loose change in their pockets. Imagine what you can buy with that. So they're not going to put up with this stuff. They're going to put enormous pressure on everybody to cut this out and to make a deal with Iran that everybody can live with. And of course, they're peeved at Iran because Iran has attacked them and they're furious about it. But they also don't want to get involved in a war with Iran, which they know they can't win. They're small countries. They have small populations. Iran can outlast them. And it's nearby. Iran can even do guerrilla work against them. So they're going to be a major player in settling this thing, and they're very upset about Israel. People always think about them as potential allies of Israel. The Israelis are hoping now the Iranians attack them, they'll swing around to Tel Aviv. I'm going to tell you, they are furious. They're livid with Israel for dragging them into this.
Yeah, Israel has basically frightened away any potential allies in the region, obviously.
And they're not going to have this going on, mowing the lawn every once in a while.
So, in other words, is the Abraham Accords, are those dead? A. B, is, MBS on the phone with Donald Trump and be like...
That's Mohammed bin Salman, okay, the leader... generally the leader of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you for letting me slide on the murdering of a journalist, but I'm going to need a little bit more. You need to shut this down type of thing.
Yeah, in your groove, Bonesaw.
And, and I guess, like, the third question is, like, what was Israel thinking?
Yeah.
Like, I can understand, frankly, Donald Trump, people coming to him and saying, you should do this. It's going to be just like Venezuela. You're going to own part of Iranian oil, and you're going to be the guy who beat Iran, and him going, okay, and just doing it, and then finding out 2 weeks later, it doesn't feel right. But is Netanyahu just doing this just to keep Israel involved in a war for his own personal thing, or does he actually believe like this could work out?
Well, Netanyahu is the victim of his own success. I mean, he's been in power a very long time.
This, by the way, is exactly what I said about Hitler and Trump. Netanyahu has been very successful. He doesn't think he can lose.
And he has accomplished many of his goals over time. He, has destroyed the Palestinians and reduced the Gazans to fourth world status and deprived them of potable drinking water and so forth. And he's whipped the Egyptians into shape. The Egyptians are basically cooperating with him. And they're the major nearby military power.
Thank you for following me on Twitch.
And the government in Syria, which was an enemy of Israel's, has been overthrown. Hezbollah has been taken down. So Netanyahu went from what he saw as victory to victory in not only is securing security for Israel, because security actually...
And guys, by the way, I see people leaving the stream. I know he's kind of boring. Trust me. You want to hear what he says? It gets more interesting. Please have faith in me. Have faith in me that it'll give you a dopamine rush here in a second.
Would require good relations with neighbors. But in acquiring power... you hear what he said, guys? If Israel really wanted to secure their safety and security, they would accomplish... They would have peace with their neighbors. Thus, all we can assume about Israel is that they're not looking for safety and security. They're looking for power. Obviously. And fear.
And fear.
And so he thought he can do to Iran what he's done to these others, to the other neighbors. And Iran is a different kettle of fish. It doesn't work like that. He doesn't understand Iran. It was one of the problems with the Israeli elite is that although they are in the Middle East, they don't know very much about it. They're like, it's as if, you had Polish people running the place. In fact, of course.
It's as if...
And guys, I never thought of that before. Yeah, they're settler colonialists. They aren't native to the region, okay? Like, a lot of the Israeli elites are not native to the Middle East. They don't have experience in the region. They don't really know what the hell they're doing. Yeah, right? You never really think of that. You see what I mean?
If the reality is what it is. But, like, can you talk about...
BB is from, I think, Philadelphia, Paul Squaw. And then, a lot of these folks are literally settler colonialists from Europe,
More about... how Iran may react in terms of nuclearization. I know we probably have to let you go soon, but I was thinking about how the Kim Jong-un, right, the never promised to denuclearize, looking kind of good right now, especially when you see what happened when to Gaddafi. After he made an agreement at the early part of the 21st century and then was impaled and assassinated. And now Iran, after they did a deal with the Americans, the JCPOA.
Correct.
Okay, we're going to bomb your entire leadership, kill 1,300 people, including little girls, and also do a kind of an active ecocide and allow the bombing of these oil fields that are going to cause all this damage to the population. Like, they are creating more incentives for more countries to create nuclear weapons as a deterrent.
Gwen, I forgive you. Thank you for the contribution,
from the
Gwen.
Inception, when the French and the British connived at getting the Israelis a nuclear weapon, they set off an arms race in the Middle East. Iraq had a nuclear program for this reason, and Iran, this is controversial, but in my view, the Islamic Republic has never wanted a nuclear.
Okay. Here's another important point. Now, you pay attention, class. I see you all out there. Get off your cell phone, LaQuarrie. Okay? Paul Squaw, stop talking to Jenny. All right? Look up here. This is an important part. This might be on a quiz later, okay? Listen to what he says about the Iranian regime and their desire for nukes. It's important, all right?
They were pursuing what is sometimes called the Japan option. As you know,
you go to the dean's office, J-Mac.
Japan, everybody knows they have lots of plutonium and they're good at technology. So if they wanted to, the Japanese could make a bomb pretty quickly. And they hope that since everybody knows that, it has a deterrent effect, that North Koreans won't dare come for them because, the response could be that Tokyo would suddenly be armed with nukes as well. So I think the Iranians were trying for that, but it didn't work. The Japan option didn't work. And they have because it's a theocratic state, and Americans, oddly enough, don't understand this. Americans are...
I've told you this to you guys before, but he explains it much better.
Much more religious than most industrialized democracies, but they still don't understand religion. Like the Iranian leadership always said it doesn't want a nuclear device because you can't use it without killing large numbers of innocent civilians, and that's against Islamic law of war. They genuinely believe that. And people push back against me. They say, well, they don't genuinely believe it, and they're hypocrites or they're lying or whatever. And I said, okay, does anybody believe that the Pope has a condom factory in the basement of the Vatican?
No. I don't.
Because we take him at his word that he doesn't approve of birth control. He issued an encyclical. Well, the leader of Iran, Khamenei, issued numerous encyclicals that making an atomic bomb is illegal in Islamic law. Now they've killed that guy. And the way Islamic law works in Iran is that the fatwas, or the considered legal opinions of a dead jurisprudent, don't count. So now the new guy has to make a fatwa, and we don't know what that's going to be. And it could well be that Iran goes towards nuclearization. It has a lot of underground facilities. It still has a lot of highly enriched uranium. And I also think that the Saudis will. The Saudis are not going to put up with being vulnerable. The Israelis bombed Doha and Qatar.
So don't worry, guys. They killed the guy who issued the religious orders that saying making a nuke was bad. And now the Saudis will probably want a nuke also, because they're so threatened by Israel, and the Saudis have so much money, they can also develop a nuke.
September, and that set off alarm bells all in the Gulf that we need better protection. So they went to Pakistan and said, would you protect us? And Pakistan has a nuke. And the Pakistanis said yes. But now the Saudis are calling Islamabad every day and saying, what are you doing to protect us? You promised you would. And the Pakistanis don't want to get involved. So I wouldn't be surprised, but the outcome of what Netanyahu has done is to push the entire region towards nuclearization.
So that's the part. I just wanted you to hear that, guys. I thought that was important to hear, right? Speak about big oopsie, right? Big old oopsie. And that how he described the sort of the jurisprudence of Iran, and like how, the word of the supreme leader is kind of like what you would see a pope issue. And like we wouldn't assume that the Pope had a condom making factory, because we know that the Pope doesn't believe in that shit. Well, they probably weren't actually trying to make a nuke. But of course, if you kill the guy that made that fatwa, that eliminates his fatwa. So now that opens the door again to the development of a nuke. Hello, Plant Sunshine. So glad you're here. So, like, obviously, and now, Saudi Arabia probably wants a nuke now. And they're going to spend a lot of money on that. Okay. I mean, oh my God. It's just hilarious to me, the incompetence and how, like, it's just created a much worse problem for everyone. Yeah, Gwen. Yeah, they, yeah. So, and we're all American politicians and Israeli politicians, as they said, Israeli elites don't know much about Iran. They're ignorant about Iran. They've basically succeeded up until now with the countries around them because they just bombed them into submission. But they don't know enough about Iran to know how to act towards them. And they're okay. If you think they don't know, then America definitely doesn't know either. It's so dumb. I don't know if you guys remember, for those that were around during the Iraq War, for like, yeah, second coming for sure, mushroom cloud, right? For those of you who were around during the Iraq War, I don't know if you remember this, but it seemed like after we started the war with Iraq, it took about a year or two for the Bush administration to understand that there were two different sects of Islam. Like, they didn't seem to understand that within Iran, there are Sunnis and Shias, and then there's another group, an ethnic group called the Kurds. They thought that it was like a homogeneous mix and that they're all just Muslims, and they did not seem to understand that there were these cultural differences within Iran. Like, the ignorance was so obvious, but you see it again here. Like, our government and Israel's government don't even seem to understand the countries they're going to war with, and it's just moronic beyond all belief. Okay. Anyway, so I thought that his take was interesting. We'll get back to the non-boring stuff. Okay, we'll get back to the. Thank you for that, though, Louise. I thought that was really important to see. Okay. Okay. So great little comment there by this guy. All right. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? Trump legacy is undoing his political. Yeah. Okay, absolutely. I'm going to take another bite of my cereal before we go on to the next story here, which is a fun one, and I have a little story for you. Gwen, by the way, I will not make you go to the main office and get a tardy slip this time, okay? Okay. LaQuad, does anyone in the current administration even say that? I know 59% of Americans I talk to think all Muslims are exactly the same. That's fair, LaQuad. Probably not. Yeah, they probably don't understand that at all. Woo! Gwen, I honestly remember not wanting to leave my baby on 9/11, just an odd feeling, and then I heard it on the way to, oh gosh, Gwen, yeah, that was a horrible day. All right, you guys, so let's go on to the next story here. Now, what do I want to talk about now? So, the war's ongoing. Let's do a little bit of it's not as big of a story, but I just thought it was interesting. Because I wanted to tell you guys a brief story of something I experienced that made me connect with this story. So I don't know if you guys heard, but we're having a big issue with our airports and our pilots and our traffic controllers and our TSA agents. Basically, our airlines and our airports are falling apart because of the Trump administration's incompetence. I mean, I don't need to go too much into detail here. It's complicated, but a lot of shit has been happening with American airlines and American airports. And yesterday there was a exactly. I don't blame them, JMac. A lot of them have been removed from positions. Okay, so there was a big mistake here at LaGuardia Airport in New York City, where an Air Canada jet and a fire truck, collided with a fire truck on the runway. And it killed the plane's two pilots and injured a bunch of people. And America's infrastructure, guys, is crumbling. I don't know how else to say it. This is an example of it. We've been underpaying. You're right, Gwen. It was DEI. That's the problem, according to Trump. We've been underpaying our air traffic controllers because of Trump. We still have not updated a lot of our systems across the country regarding airplane safety and airplane and traffic control systems, and we are way behind on all of that. And I want to be clear, LaGuardia has been shit for a long time. Honestly, guys, I've flown into LaGuardia multiple times, and I swear there's always some sort of problem whenever I've gone there. One time, I'm not joking. I am not joking. I was flying in on a plane into LaGuardia. Okay, it might be invalid accent. Oh my God, hello, invalid accent. We were landing. Our plane was going down, not like going down, but like landing on the tarmac in LaGuardia. And out of nowhere, we all got thrown back in our seats because the pilot suddenly pushed the plane up and started going back up into the air. And then over the intercom, the pilot comes, sorry about that, folks. Turns out there was another plane on the runway. We got a miscommunication from LaGuardia. That is not an unusual occurrence here at LaGuardia. We'll be coming back around in a few minutes and trying to land a second time. Thank you. Okay, like, wow. So you oftentimes are told to land and there's already a plane there. How the hell does that happen? So like that literally happened. Okay. and I've heard all sorts of stories like that. Yeah, it's not unusual in LaGuardia, and I'm saying this just from personal experience. This is anecdotal. I haven't looked at any stats or anything, but I've only heard horror stories from that airport. And like this is yeah, especially with the removal of people who are supposed to like the air traffic controllers and stuff, and the fact that they're underpaid and overworked. Like, you're going to see more and more things like that. When I heard this story, I'm like, well, that's utterly unsurprising. Of course that happened. And we're seeing more and more really preventable accidents in the air and on the ground. Okay. Did he do a barrel roll though? Right? Invalid accident. So like, okay. Again, the decline of America continues in rapid fashion. We can't even keep our planes from crashing into firefighters on the ground. That's good. Zero problem there. Okay. So again, anyway, Meowsword, be safe when you take that flight you're going to be taking soon. I just wanted to mention that story, guys, and remind everyone that not only are we destroying everyone internationally, we can't keep up our own infrastructure without stupid shit happening that's easily preventable. Oh my God. Are you serious, Elliot Waffles? Elliot Waffles says, instead of blaming DEI, Trump's response today was that it's a dangerous business. Oh, great. I love that. Yeah. Great. We're just going to assume then that being a pilot is dangerous. I'm sure that won't keep anyone from flying. It makes everyone feel safe to just dismiss it by saying it's dangerous. It's just a rule of the die. It's just a rule. Whenever you get on the plane, it's just a rule of the die. You might die that day. Like, maybe he should just say that. Okay. Anyway. All right. By the way, guys, it is telling that almost all of the problems that these planes have been experiencing they've experienced at the airports or near the airports. We haven't seen like much more problems when it comes to planes in the air. Like most of the time, these accidents are happening when taking off, landing, or while on the runway. Okay, so it's not the pilots that are the issue. It's the fact that our infrastructure and our air traffic controllers are exhausted, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, totally, Elliot Waffles. Our country is totally dysfunctional now. Planes crashing, 6-hour TSA lines, gas at $4. Everything is falling apart, right? Of course, Louise, right? Now, Louise, I agree with you. If one of these billionaires that had a private jet suddenly crashed, I'm sure there'd be reforms immediately, right? Okay. Anyway, and yeah, you know, as Gwen keeps emphasizing here, some idiot on the right was claiming that it's because, you know, there's too many black pilots, too much DEI. That's the problem, apparently. Okay, right. Invalid axiom, but it's the greatest country in the world. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's? And in the background, okay, imagine me singing that, and in the background, you see a plane on fire crashing. You know, that's cute. Anyway. Yeah, Taylor Swift's got to take one for the team. I agree. They all do. They're also massively sing the slave verse, right? Invalid axiom. No, invalid axiom. That's fake news. The slave verse of that song is fake news. Okay. Okay. So guys, that's just a cute little story there. It's kind of a brief story. Honestly, it just a sign. Just a sign. One more fun little sign here. Okay, you know what? Let's go on now to this story. Uh, mm, so okay, because you guys know I love talking about the Democrats. Uh-oh, guys, Gwen's a Swiftie. Everyone be careful. Uh-oh, don't want to trigger the Swiftie out there. I'm just messing with you, Gwen. Okay. I once I was in a relationship with a guy who loved Taylor Swift, and I was gonna lose my mind, Gwen. If I had to hear one more Taylor Swift song, I was gonna lose my mind. Anyway, okay. Yeah, right, Elliot Waffles. Trump immediately blaming DEI as his first response to the DCA. Yeah, okay. Unbelievably disgusting. Okay, so, all right, let's go on to this story. Now, I think you guys will appreciate this. That's okay, Alyssa. I forgive you. I forgive you. LaCroix, why are you such an asshole, LaCroix? You're brilliant, and it annoys me. LaCroix, in brilliant fashion, says, now you have bad blood with that guy. That's a very clever joke, LaCroix. I'm not going to explain it to people because I refuse to promote Taylor Swift, but good job, LaCroix. I forgive you for your brilliant. You know what? I'll give you a boop for that, LaCroix. Boop. Good job, LaCroix. All right. So here we have a story. Here we got a story for you because, don't worry, guys. The opposition party's coming to rescue us. Don't worry. Dolly boy, Dolly boy, you get a boop. Boop. Shame on you. Okay. So, all right. This is fun. This is fun. Here we have Democrats. So, okay. Mike Johnson, our glorious House Speaker, is attempting to renew Section 702 of FISA. Okay, now, I am not a legal expert, right? Okay, it is, but that is a bill that comes from the Patriot. That is a law that comes from the Patriot Act that was passed by the Bush administration, which allows federal agents. Let's see here. No, I'm sorry to see here. Trying to remember. Oh, basically, it allows, as I recall, I'm trying to remember. It allows the federal government to basically get warrants from a secret FISA courts without going through regular legal channels, and it allows the government to search and spy on American citizens. Okay. Without going through a regular court. Okay, they get to go through these secret FISA courts, which are unaccountable to the electorate, and then allows them to basically is a rubber stamp. It basically says yes these FISA courts that are secret basically say yes every time to the government's request to spy on American citizens. Okay, so that is coming up for renewal. Oh, yeah, and that's been happening for a while, and it keeps getting renewed. It was renewed under Obama. It was renewed under Biden. It was renewed under Trump. Both parties love this, okay? And it's been known to be abused. Anyway, Johnson is trying to pass. There you go, LaCroix. Johnson is trying to renew this, okay? Oh, yes, Louise. Now, I will say this, all right? Johnson decided to delay a vote on the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that has been scheduled for the week, Politico reported. The move gives critics of the law more time to push for reforms, including a requirement that, I'm sorry, listen to this. The fact that we have to fight for this is insane. This move gives critics of the law time to push for reforms, including a requirement that federal agents have to get a warrant before searching for information on Americans. So, guys, we're having to fight right now to force the federal government to get a warrant before they spy on us. That's functional. That's functional democracy for you. Anyway, if the bill, however, gets to the House floor, some top Democrats, including the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Jim Hines of Connecticut, are already lobbying colleagues to vote for it. All right. To vote for the bill as being pushed by Trump, including members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. I'm sorry. It's not funny, but it is kind of funny. All right. Okay. Well, okay. Actually, I should have read the rest of that. Are pushing back. Some of the members of the House Congressional Progressive Caucus are pushing back. I didn't read that whole sentence, but not all of them. Okay, so the internal debate among both Democrats and Republicans is a rerun of a clash 2 years ago over FISA. Only this time, Trump's re-election and the war in Iran have raised the stakes, and with the spy law basically expiring next month. With Republicans split, advocates say Democrats have a rare chance to push through added safeguards if they want to. Okay, let's see here. So it goes on to talk about some of the top Democrats are pushing fellow Democrats, guys, to not vote for it. I mean, to vote for it and allow the renewal of the FISA courts. Okay, because so weirdly enough, a lot of Republicans don't want to or do want to renew it. I mean, don't want to renew it. Not the majority, but there's apparently also a lot of Democrats who uh, 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 want to renew it. Okay, so this is a good example of the party duopoly here. All right. So he urged them to vote for reauthorization. So the Democrat in charge of the intelligence committee is urging Democrats to vote to have it reauthorized. Woo! Right? Yeah, if only, LaCroix. Now, LaCroix, you're a lawyer. Would you tell me, LaCroix, isn't that in the Constitution? I'm pretty sure one of the amendments or whatever those things are, those weird things in the Constitution, it doesn't it say somewhere in there that you have to have a warrant before searching a person, like before searching shit. I don't remember. It's not like I was a government teacher. I feel like that's pretty clear. Anyway, so of course, okay, so Jeffries, by the way, Hakeem Jeffries left open the possibility that Democrats could freely cross party lines to support bringing the bill to the floor under a suspension of the rules. So he's like, oh, basically the Democrats right now are saying that, we're going to vote against it because they aren't following procedure. We don't like the procedure the Republicans are following. I'm not joking, but we will vote for it if you go through the proper procedure. All right. So again, Democrats doing all they can to stand up for us in the face of Republican authoritarianism. Okay. All right. By the way, I want to point out that Jamie Raskin, who is one of the Democrats who is against reauthorizing, which is good. 2 years ago under Biden, he voted to reauthorize it. So a lot of the Democrats that are in fact saying they don't want to reauthorize it this time already voted to reauthorize it under Biden. So, okay, so are you just not reauthorizing it now because it's Trump, even though you clearly supported it under Biden because you don't care about American rights? Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't want to. Okay, so that's good, right? Are we all happy with this? That a bunch of our Democratic folks are kind of siding with the Republicans and the need to prevent the government from getting warrants. It totally is, LaCroix. It totally is. This is true. LaCroix is correct. Government surveillance, like foreign policy, is usually a bipartisan issue. Unfortunately, correct. Right, Gwen. I doubt that, but okay. All right. So that's fun. Anyway, the Dems are in disarray. I just wanted to briefly cover that story. So that's good. Our Democratic friends really fighting for us. It's a bipartisan issue, right? Invalid axiom. Oh my God, I love it, guys. I'm so excited for us. Everything's looking up in this country. Okay, let's go on to the next story, shall we? By the way, I highly recommend folks read that entire story. It's a very long story, and it's really interesting. I know I didn't go into much detail for the sake of time, but I recommend you watch it. That's you go and read it. It's on The Intercept, okay? The Intercept, which is a great news website. I highly recommend it. Go to The Intercept, find the story, read it, okay? It's a great journalism outlet. All right, you know what? Let's do let's see here. Should we do this story now? Oh, yes, let's do this last story, and then we're going to do a little educational segment, okay? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? Everyone good? Anyone need a boop? Elliot gets a boop. Boop. Invalid Axiom gets a boop. Boop. You know what? LaQual gets a boop for all the contribution. Boop. Finn is back. Hello, Finn. Finn, you get a boop just for being here. Boop. All right. So, okay. Yeah, I know they're so out of touch, right, Elliot Waffles? Okay, moving on. Everyone's had great contributions, whatever. So here we have another great story. I don't know if you guys heard, but it does appear as if, first of all, many of the strikes that have been carried out in Iran, those targets were determined by AI. Yay! La da 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 da. La da 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 da. The dystopia continues. So a lot of those. Um. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry, Macon. Here, you get a boot, Macon. Good luck. Boop. You need to teach me how to code, Macon, because I am completely at a disadvantage because I don't know how to code, and everyone is smarter than me because I can't code. All right. Thanks for the targeting system, right? Yay! So, guys, basically, so we've been using AI to develop targeting ideas for Iran and shit like that. Okay. Um, and amid this fight that the Trump administration is having with Anthropic over Anthropic not wanting to violate ethical boundaries in the use of their AI, Trump officials are advancing a new provision. So let me read this to you, okay? Well, I don't know if I can read it to you. Well, they're basically advancing a new. Why can't I actually see this shit? I'm gonna move this over. Oh god damn it! It won't let me see it. That's okay. So basically, they're adding a provision to a law that allows for the use of AI that would empower them to force AI companies to scrap safety and privacy protocols in the use of their AI. So if the government wants to use AI provided by Anthropic or these other companies, the government can force them to scrap any safety or privacy protocols in the use of that AI. Yay! Yay! So, no problems there, right? No problems. I mean, honestly, I bet Anthropic likes that so that they get the cover of saying, well, we wanted to be ethical, but then we have a law that says we can't. Oopsie. So that's good, guys. So basically, completely unchaining AI from any kind of boundaries yay, guys. Yay, Orwellian bullshit. Yay, right, guys? I heard they mentioned that it wasn't ready for combat. Yeah, but apparently they've been using it for targeting, which is fun, right? Let me see if I can find evidence of that. AI used for targeting in Iran. Yeah. Yep. Here we go. U.S. military leans into AI for attack on Iran. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, yes. The U.S. military was able to strike a blistering 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours of its attack on Iran, thanks in part to its use of artificial intelligence, according to the Washington Post. Yay! Okay. The military has used Claude, the AI tool from Anthropic, combined with Palantir's Maven system, all these very moral organizations, right? For real-time targeting and target prioritization in support of combat operations in Iran and Venezuela. Good, no problem. Love that. So again, yay. And now they're just gonna get the government's gonna try and get rid of any barriers to that. So that's good. All right, you guys, isn't that great? Another cute little story there. Yeah. Oh, look, I found a Peter Thiel, right? Invalid Axiom. Don't worry, Invalid Axiom. He's gay. He's on our side. Okay, he's gay. Peter Thiel's gay. He must be super progressive, right? Must be a great guy. He's all for the working man because he's gay. All right. Okay, yeah, I know he is. He's totally the Antichrist. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on here, guys. So there you go. Another cute little story. I just thought it was important to tell. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do an educational bit now. First thing I wanted to talk about before we get to the educational bit. All right. I know I went through those stories kind of fast, but alas, a lot I want to do today. A lot I want to cover. A lot. So, first of all, I thought this was interesting. On a side note, I occasionally will look at what happened on this day in history, and today is an interesting one. A lot of interesting things happened on today in history, and they're all kind of relevant to our current times that I thought was kind of funny. So, on this day, so on March 23rd, okay, in history, in 1775, Patrick Henry delivered his "Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death" speech in Virginia. I feel like that might be relevant to the modern day, right? I kind of feel like giving a similar speech. All right? Jesus Christ. So that happened today historically when Patrick Henry gave that big speech during the American Revolution, yeah, I have one thing, give me liberty or give me death. Maybe we need some of that way of thinking these days, huh? Next today, the other thing that happened today historically, all right, was in 1919, Benito Mussolini founded the fascist movement in Milan, Italy. Ah, that's good. That's relevant to today, isn't it, too? Jesus. You got the give me liberty or death speech and the founding of the fascist party. Really sounds like our times, doesn't it? Isn't that fun? Okay, so yeah, that was when Mussolini founded the fascist movement in 1919, the same day as today. Isn't that good? Okay, also, by the way, on this day in history, in 1933, the Reichstag passed the Enabling Act, which gave Hitler dictatorial powers. Wow! This is a coincidental day, isn't it? Jesus Christ. What history? Okay, history's funny, isn't it? That all this shit happened. Okay. Good. Hey, good. This is great. By the way, we should learn from all these things. It is, Sir Bartholomew. We need to learn from all of these things. Yeah, it's like fascist Christmas mixed with the need for liberty, kind of like what we're experiencing now. Okay, also happened on today. Yeah, doesn't it, Dolly Boy's history does have a sick sense of humor. If you want to, last thing that happened today that also shows that history has a sick sense of humor. Today in 1967, Martin Luther King labeled the Vietnam War the biggest obstacle to the civil rights movement. So, during our own little Vietnam War, that today was the day that Martin Luther King was talking about how the Vietnam War was causing a lot of issues for Americans on the very same day that we are engaged in an endless or a war that seems to not be winnable against Iran. Isn't that cute? Yeah. So just really funny day today in history, how all these things kind of relate to us, whether it be Patrick Henry's speech, whether it be the founding of the Italian Fascist Party, Hitler's Enabling Act, or Martin Luther King's speech. Boy, do we need to learn more from history, don't we? Dear God, just keep repeating the same shit over and over again, don't we? And don't forget about Chainbreaker, because Patrick Henry was one of those ancestors who at least was trying to fight for some things. Okay, I know we can debate the American Revolution, but you see what I mean. And so was Martin Luther King. And we're letting all those sacrifices go to waste, right? Who cares? Who cares? Okay, whatever. It's fine. So, I'm very giggly today. I don't know why. I'm not even drunk. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Just a little note there. Just a little note. All right. Oh, right, LaQuad, the U.S. is in an unwinnable war in Asia? Shocking. It's never happened before. I'm sure never happened before, right? Okay, guys. So let's do a little history, okay? The first thing I'm going to do, though, guys, this here isn't as think as you drunky is, Chad. How dare you invalid axiom? Okay, guys, I'm going to go pee because I know this is kind of quick for me, but I do have to pee. I'm going to go pee, and then we'll start a little history presentation on the Modoc War that I think you guys will like. Do not leave. If you leave, I will never let you back in the chat. I know like half of you are going to leave as soon as you hear education. How dare you? Okay. We just talked about the news. We'll keep talking about it more afterwards, but you all need to learn some shit. Okay. So sit down. I just saw someone leave. It's down to 17. Okay. Stay around. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. And then we'll learn about the Modoc War. And if you leave, that means you hate indigenous people. It means you're a racist, because we're going to learn about something called the Modoc War, which has to do with indigenous people, okay? So if you leave, I'm going to assume you're racist against the First Nations peoples, okay? That's what I'm going to assume, and everyone else should assume it too, all right? And you're pro-genocide. That's also what I'll assume, okay? So don't you dare leave. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go pee. Give me a second.
How do we close this door?
Hi, guys. I know I coughed a little bit there. Excuse me. I was choking on my coffee. Don't worry. Okay. So how's everybody? Sasha Khan is here. Hello, Sasha Khan. How's Sasha? How you doing, Sasha Khan? Guys, if I didn't say hi to anyone, I'm sorry. HGMS. So glad you're here. Hello, HGMS. Sasha Khan is here. Hello, Sasha Khan. Anyone? I miss anyone else? Did I miss anyone else to say hello to? Okay, no, I didn't. Hello, Sasha. Matt Saiga's here. Hello, Matt Saiga. Matt Saiga, you get a boop. Boop. Sasha Khan gets a boop too. Boop. HGMS gets a boop too. Boop. Okay. Well, no, moving on. So let's do a little. I know. I went through the news kind of quickly. I know. But I wanted to talk today a little bit about a really interesting thing that happened. Wow, that was a horrible way to introduce it. Back in the late 19th century in the United States. Okay. It's called the Modoc War. And most people have never heard of it. And it is dark, I got to tell you. It's very badass. There is you guys are very quickly going to identify the heroes of this story. That doesn't mean it ends well. It doesn't mean it ends well. And so I love this story because it is a story of resistance against genocide, and you'll see, okay? At the same time, as most of these stories having to do with Native peoples, it doesn't necessarily end well, okay? Regardless, I kind of want to tell you about it as a form of inspiration, as a way to give you a positive thing, to show you that even the smallest people, or even the smallest group of people, can successfully resist unstoppable forces of darkness. Ooh, do you like how I phrase that, guys? Oh my God, unstoppable forces of darkness. Ooh, I sound like a Lord of the Rings movie. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the Modoc War, shall we? And feel free to root for the good guys, as you know what I mean, okay? You'll know who they are almost immediately, I'm sure. Okay, so let me put this up here. All right. Yeah, hello, Retro Asher. Retro Asher, you came just in time to learn some history. Yeah, LaQuois. Maybe LaQuois. I don't know. I'm not going to give anything away, LaQuois. Okay, so let's talk about the Modoc War. And I made this presentation pretty quickly this morning, so I'm going to have to talk about some stuff outside of the slides, but okay. I know there's a lot of writing. This is just to remind me of what to say. It's been a while since I've never taught about this to my classes because it's never part of the curriculum. I've taught it to adults before because I think it's super interesting. Okay, so let me give you a background here, okay? So the Modoc people are a native group from California, all right? They're California. They lived... exactly, Sir Bartholomew. Anyone who leaves is racist and pro-genocide. I want to point that out. If you don't watch this whole presentation, you're disrespecting the memory of the First Nations people. Shame on you, okay? So, all right. The Modoc people are a Native American group that lived in California, all right? They still exist today. There's not very many of them. It's a very small tribal group, but they still exist, okay? Here's an image. They have a really beautiful culture, okay? I just like kind of displaying that. Here is a Modoc woman. They weave these baskets, for example, that these amazing designs on them that are really renowned. They will even do weave these things that they turn into headgear that are like baskets and has all these cool designs on them and shit. Okay, really cool stuff. They had right, yeah. Israel leaves the chat, and they make these really cool houses, essentially not houses, but habitations that are very, very cool and kind of look like beehives. I don't know how to phrase it, but very cool people, very interesting language, etc. Human beings, okay? Very cool human beings with their own distinct culture, language, etc., identity, all right? I think you get my point here. I'm trying to humanize them because they're humans and they're very cool, okay? So, to be clear here, the story I'm about to tell you basically took place during what was called the California Genocide. Who here has ever heard of the quote-unquote California Genocide? Has anyone here ever heard of that phrase, California Genocide? Seriously, has anyone, you know what? I'm going to ask in chat. I would bet most of you never have. And I wonder why. I wonder why that is. Okay, but let me in chat here. Okay, let's see here. That would be, how do I do this? It'd be poll. Here we go, poll. Yep, I'm sure most of you have never even heard that phrase. And all right, I'm just gonna put in the Twitch. I'm putting California genocide. That's literally what it's called. By the way, I had a friend who was a historian, who would California genocide ? And then yes, no. If you've heard of it, say yes. If you haven't heard of it, say no. Yes, and then no. Okay, I just want to get a number here for my own amusement, my own knowledge. Okay, start poll. California genocide ? Okay, let me do it now in YouTube, which would be quicker for those who aren't there. Okay, California genocide ? California genocide ? Okay, and there you go. Okay, so you guys have almost certainly never learned about it. All right, most people I've met have never learned about it. Okay, I know. Okay, right. By the way, oh, how dare you? 4 people have left. How dare you? Okay, don't come back. All right, most of you haven't heard of it. Okay, from what I can tell. So, guys, in the let's put it this way, during the gold rush in California, there was a process of openly exterminating the native peoples, thousands of them, by murdering them. That sounds like, oh, well, yeah, that's just American history. Yeah, this, though, was a bit more directed, okay? It was sort of a, I've read documents from the time. California government officials, federal government officials were using openly genocidal language and trying to dehumanize native peoples. And then they would basically almost use fascist-like tactics where they would make they would get local settlers into a frenzy and then send them out with guns to just go kill as many natives as possible and ethnically cleanse them. Okay. And it was called the California genocide. It was an explicit effort to exterminate the remaining native groups out there in California during the gold rush. Okay. And I can guarantee you, exactly. Okay. Yeah, it was brutal. It was a open genocide. It was very similar to what the Israelis do in the West Bank. If not, in this case, it was even worse because it was just openly slaughtering people, openly. Okay. And yeah, this had been a long process of genocide and ethnic cleansing. This was one specific aspect of it called the California genocide. And okay. So, you know, a lot of people have this image of California of like this liberal haven, this left-wing haven and shit. But historically, okay, by the way, California was also the place that where the majority of sterilizations were done under eugenics, where tons of people were sterilized because they were viewed as genetically inferior. Like a lot of horrific things have happened in California. I had a historian friend. What's that? There's a song, I think, by the Red Hot Chili Peppers called California. Is that what it is? Okay. I think that's the song. And this historian friend used to make very dark jokes about that song where they would add other lyrics to it. Okay. Good morrow, Sam, where they'd be like, you know, California, here I come, kill the natives on their land, or like things like that. Okay. Like dark jokes about it. Because it's once you read about the history of California, songs like that are kind of dark. Okay. Anyway, so that's so this happened during that whole era of the California genocide. All right. So without going, and you guys almost certainly no one has learned about it because it's not taught in almost any U.S. curriculum. I wonder why. All right. So the Modoc tribe that we were just talking about in the 1860s, they had been removed from their traditional homeland. Okay. They had been removed from their traditional homeland near the Lost River in California, and they were forcibly relocated to something called Klamath Reservation in Oregon. And on this reservation, they were forced to live side by side with historic enemies of theirs called the Klamath people. And they had never gotten along historically, and the U.S. government forced them onto this shitty piece of land that was not theirs historically and forced them to live next to this other group that they do not get along with, okay? and they were constantly in conflict with each other. They didn't want to be, but they were being forced to live together after being ethnically cleansed on this piece of land. All right. So as part of the whole California genocide. All right. And in respect, and I'm oversimplifying to some extent, but on the right here, you have an image of a really badass guy. Okay. This is Kintpuash. All right. Because I'm not going to be able to pronounce that very well. I'm going to use the name that was given to him, and he also used this name too, Captain Jack. You're going to very quickly learn, guys, that the names of people in this are pretty badass and like make it even cooler. So this guy right here on the right is Captain Jack, also known as Kintpuash, but I will call him from now on Captain Jack. Look at him. Look at that badassery, okay? Look at that. He ain't taking shit, all right? He ain't taking shit, okay? Yeah, Finn. All right. So in response to this bullshit of them being ethnically cleansed and forced to live on this reservation next to people they didn't get along with, Captain Jack kind of raised hell amongst his own people. And after the government refused to grant his request to move back to their original lands, he led a band of around 150 to 200 Modoc, okay, back to their traditional homeland without the government's permission. Okay, kind of badass. On a side note here, these 150 to 200 Modoc, only about 50 of them were warriors and could fight effectively. The rest were mainly women and children or older folks. So he, again, Captain Jack led a group of 150 to 200 Modoc, with amongst them about 50 warriors back to the land that they had been forcibly removed from without the government's permission. Okay, claiming it was their right because it was their right. Okay. And while they had been gone, while they had been gone, the white settlers had moved on to this land. All right, and they started to get upset as the natives moved back in. Okay, as the Modoc moved back in, the white settlers that had taken this land got upset. Now, admittedly, guys, the Modoc actually treated them pretty well, in my opinion, given what they deserved, how they deserved to be treated. The Modoc let them stay there, but they forced them to pay them rent, essentially. So the Modoc basically went from house to house saying, hey, you can stay on this land you stole from us, but you better pay us for it. So they were basically extracting a rent without government permission from the white settlers who had moved onto their land after they had been ethnically cleansed, okay? And so, hey, that is a lot more than those settlers deserved. Yeah, right? It's a lot more than the settlers deserved. Yeah, okay. Honestly, if they had killed them all, and I know that sounds dark, that would have been acceptable morally, in my opinion. Regardless, they were pretty fair about it, okay, and how they did this, all right? And these white settlers had a hissy fit. Okay, yeah, okay. These white settlers had a hissy fit and started complaining to the government saying, oh, God, the Modoc are back. They're violating the treaty, and we need to do something about this, all right? So the government sent a letter essentially to the Modoc saying, you need to get off of the land that isn't yours anymore, or we're going to force you off the land, all right? So there's the first part of our story, okay? And okay, let's go on here, right? This brings us to the Battle of Lost River. The Battle of Lost River. Okay? And this is where some of the badassery begins, all right? So let's just get into this real fast, okay? So after Captain Jack's band were ordered to return to Klamath, they refused. So the U.S. government sent around 40 cavalrymen, American troops, and basically to the reservation, where they were, okay, to push them off, or not the reservation, their original land, to push them off and force them back to Klamath, all right? It wasn't just 40 cavalrymen, though. It was also a bunch of white militias that they had kind of raised to help them, white settler militias, kind of like what you see in the West Bank, to help them push them off, all right? So they sent this army, this small little force of troops there, against about 50 Modoc, even though, like I said, there were actually hundreds of whites there. Okay. And the name of the commander on the government side was Jackson. Okay, so we have Captain Jack and Jackson, not to be confusing. And Captain Jack was there. And by the way, Captain Jack's brother was named Captain Hooker. Okay, so another badass name for his brother. I don't know what the guy's original name is. Forgive me, but or not Captain Hooker. It was something Hooker. Something Hooker was his name. He had a badass name too. Okay, Captain Hooker, I think. Oh, Hooker Jim. I'm sorry. His name was Hooker Jim. So we have Captain Jack and his brother Hooker Jim now facing down the federal government. Okay, and at some point during this incident, okay, the federal government the troops demanded that the Modoc disarm themselves, okay, and put down their weapons. The Modoc started doing this, and we don't know what happened next, but someone shot first, and a firefight began between the Modoc and the government. We really don't know what happened. It could have been either way. It could have been that the government shot first. It could have been that the Modoc shot first. It doesn't really matter. The result of this was that basically several government troops were killed. Only one of the Modoc were killed, and the Modoc were able to flee away from the scene and escape without being caught. Okay? So, and at that point, the government declared open war on the Modoc, and the Modoc had planned. They were not stupid. Remember, this was their land. They had lived on this land for hundreds upon hundreds of years. They knew it like the back of their hand. All right? They knew what they were doing. One theory states that the reason that they were negotiating even to begin with was that while they were negotiating, they were giving time for the women and children to escape while they were negotiating. And as soon as the women and children had escaped, they started shooting at the federal troops, which I think is pretty badass. Whatever the case, they killed several of the federal troops and they escaped. Okay? And this became known as the Battle of Lost River, even though it was more of a little skirmish. And the result of this, by the way, was and by the way, okay, one other thing too. As they were escaping, Hooker Jim led a raiding party behind the federal army, and killed 18 white settlers while running away, just for shits and giggles, to prove that they had control over the situation. Okay? So they really gave a bloody nose to this force of troops for being such a small group of 53 warriors. All right? Okay. The result of this, guys, so although minor in casualties, that skirmish ignited the Modoc War. And this war would end up lasting around 7 months. And it would become the most costly of all the quote-unquote Indian wars in American history, relative to the number of troops that were engaged in it, okay? And what we're about to see here is a situation, guys, and where 53 Modoc warriors are going to face off against over 1,000 federal troops and genocidal militiamen. I'll say that again. The war that's about to last 7 months is going to be between 53 Modoc warriors and around 1,000 federal troops and militiamen. Okay? Interesting that it would last that long if there's such a small number of Modoc warriors. Oh, but just you wait, folks. Okay? So there's the little intro to what's about to happen. Okay? So, any questions so far? I think everyone's intently listening, which is a good sign. Okay. Let's go on here. Yeah, all right. So you know it, invalid axiom. Okay, so let's get on to what's called the first battle. The first battle of the Stronghold. Now, I want to be very clear here. The Modoc were brilliant. They knew exactly what they were doing, okay? They had planned this shit. You see this terrain. These are called the lava flats, okay? And this is an area up in Northern California where the Modoc had traditionally lived, and it was full of hardened volcanic rock. Okay, so it was full of caves and volcanic stone. This is so all these caves surrounded by volcanic stone, a very rocky terrain, very dry. And then and then look here. So this is the field. There would be occasional fields, but all these fields were basically covered with volcanic rocks. So like it looks like green, but you can kind of tell there's a bunch of rocks sticking out of it. So it's really hard to safely navigate these lava fields because of all these chunks of volcanic rock just sitting around on which this moss was growing out of. And there you could like walk. I've never visited, but I've always wanted to go visit where this happened. You could be walking and come across like a giant crevice that you wouldn't be able to see, that would block you. You might trip over volcanic rock. It's very hard to navigate this terrain if you don't know it. Okay. The Modoc, on the other hand, knew this terrain. They knew it like the back of their hand, and they knew that the federal government did not know it. So they went hiding into what ended up being called Captain Jack's Stronghold. Okay. Yeah. And historically, the site is now called Captain Jack's Stronghold, where they basically entrenched themselves and their people in a system of caves and volcanic rock formations to protect themselves against the oncoming federal forces of about 1,000 troops. Okay. Not only, by the way, so the federal troops decided to come after them, and they were seeking vengeance because it was viewed as treachery what the Modoc had done. So they not only sent 1,000 troops, they also sent 2 cannon. 2 cannon, just so that they could try to blow the Modoc out of this holdout. All right. All right. Let's see what happens. So here we have an image of a badass, super badass Modoc warrior, wearing, by the way, captured U.S. military garb, which I'll explain here in a second, while firing out of one of these volcanic rock crops. Okay, so this is what ends up happening, guys. The U.S. military, in its infinite wisdom, march this force into Captain Jack's Stronghold, where there's all this volcanic rock. They have a hell of a time navigating the terrain and keeping their troops supplied because it's really hard to move wagons over this goddamn terrain, okay? Not only that, the Modoc know the terrain very well. So the army attempted to surround the Modoc in order to sort of starve them out or cut them off from supplies, but the Modoc just kept easily slipping through their lines at night. And during the day, they knew all the tunnels and stuff, all the caves. So they would just go into a cave and pop out behind the goddamn troops. So whenever these troops tried to resupply themselves, a Modoc raiding party would ambush the supply train, take all their weapons, ammunition, and food, and then sneak back into the stronghold. They killed many federal troops and people guarding the supply trains, and they captured a ton of their equipment multiple times. Which is why you see this Modoc warrior, you see this Modoc warrior wearing a U.S. Army, I guess you could say, strap, ammunition, knife, and things like that. And he also, by the way, has a U.S. Army hat and a gun taken from a raided federal army group. And they just kept getting beaten back. They could not seem to stop the Modoc from breaking out of this area, and they hadn't even started advancing on the Modoc yet. Okay, and they just kept getting sniped and killed and things like that. Well, all right. So what ends up happening? All right, and by the way, here's another example of this. This is a story. This is an image that was made by white settlers, partially to try and demonize the Modoc, but it's also really badass. Here you have a Modoc warrior with the scalp of a dead federal troop, okay? And in the background, you can see federal troops confused and not sure what to do as they're being shot at from all sides, even though they have far more troops than the Modoc do. As a reminder, folks, the Modoc only had 53 warriors against nearly 1,000 troops. Okay, well, depending on who tells the story, I can tell you what the natives would say. One day, the natives had their medicine man or their shaman do a ceremony to call the weather to fight for them. Okay, basically to summon fog so that to make it much harder for the federal troops. All right, and it happened to be the day that the federal troops said, "We've had enough. We can't just let them sit back there." Because they keep appearing behind us and taking our supplies and shit. We have to advance on them now. So it just so happened that on the day that the federal troops decided to start openly advancing on the Modoc, fog rolled in. After the medicine man had done a ceremony to call in the fog on the defense of the Modoc. Okay, now obviously I'm an atheist and stuff, but that's kind of cool. What a lovely coincidence that the medicine man calls in the fog and then the fog rolls in on the day that the goddamn federal forces are marching on the Modoc positions. How lovely. And not only was it foggy, the federal forces, the federal forces were not used to the terrain and they kept tripping over rock. Okay. They started marching across this open field and were being sniped at by the Modoc. And they got stuck because they came across a crevice they couldn't cross while the goddamn Modoc were shooting at them. So then they were like, well, shit, we need to get down on the ground while we're waiting here to figure out what to do. Well, the Modoc were so much higher up than them that the Modoc just kept shooting at them and killing them, even though they were trying to hide, okay? On top of that, Captain Jack sent his brother, Hooker, because these names aren't badass enough, to go behind the federal lines and start raiding their supply trains while they were advancing. The result of this was that the federal army of about 1,000 troops was defeated by about 53 Modoc warriors. They routed the federal army, routed them, all right? They could not advance. They fell back in disarray. Okay? They could not defeat 50, I keep emphasizing this, Modoc warriors. All right? And at this point, the government had had enough. They were like, you know what? We can't, clearly something is up here. We are not able to win. All right? It is thought that this is an underestimate. I want to point this out. Most historians would agree it was probably about 100 dead, okay? But the official numbers from the U.S. government were that the U.S. lost 37 killed or wounded. Someone tell me how many you think the Modoc lost. Just take a guess. How many troops do you think the Modoc lost? All right? Okay. Correct invalid axiom, 0. The Modoc lost no one. Not a single Modoc warrior died. Not even a joke. All the historians agree there's 0 evidence that any Modoc warriors were killed. They didn't lose a single person on that first battle. Not one. Not one. And it is thought that the federal army lost about 100 troops. That is still a massive number when that's about 1/10 of all their forces against 53 people. Okay. Yeah, right? So, yep, Sylvie, all right? So this is what ends up happening, guys. The federal forces decided to try and have peace talks with the Modoc, kind of like what Trump is doing right now. And this is part of the reason I brought it up. If you have peace talks while you're losing, it's kind of not a good idea, for one thing, and it's kind of an admission of defeat on your part. Well, the Modoc understood this. Yeah, you don't have the cards. So the Modoc, they decided to have this hold this peace talk, okay? And the Modoc, I actually wanted to show you this. This is actually it was called the Peace Commission. And I wanted to show you this because this is if you go to the site where this happened today, this is the historical marker that explains the commission. I'm going to read it to you because you can tell that this was made by the federal government. in how it leaves a lot out. I'm going to read it to you, and then I'm going to tell you what actually happened, okay? So this is what it says on the marker at the site, okay? It says, by the last meeting of the Peace Commission, okay? By April 1873, months of peace talks to end the Modoc War had gone nowhere. General E.R.S. Canby found himself caught between President Grant's Indian peace policy and the desire of some settlers to have the army eliminate the Modoc ban. The Modoc leader, Captain Jack, was also caught between peace and war factions. Some Modoc argued that, as is their tradition, once the leaders of an army were killed, the soldiers would retreat. They pressured Captain Jack to act. Okay. Within minutes of a similar attack at Hospital Rock, 8 Modoc attacked the commissioners with hidden weapons. When it was over, General Canby and Reverend Eleazar Thomas were dead, and the Indian agent Alfred Meacham lay seriously wounded. The peace policy came to an end. So, as they were meeting to have peace talks, first of all, there was, it appears to be, a conflict within the Modoc camp between those that wanted to actually negotiate peace and those that were like, no. So one cool thing about this native group, guys, is they weren't dictatorial, right? This was not like this was a less hierarchical society than ours. So when Captain Jack started suggesting to his warriors that maybe they should negotiate because eventually they will probably lose, there were a lot of the Modoc were like, are you kidding me? No. So you know what they did? They actually forced Captain Jack to dress up like a woman and then had him sit in the conference and told him to keep his mouth shut while the real men discussed what to do about what happened. To humiliate him for even suggesting that they should surrender to the federal troops. Now, yes, I know there's a degree of misogyny or whatever in this, okay? And I get it. Yeah, Captain Jack's fellow warriors thought he was kind of weak at that point, so they humiliated him by making him dress like a woman. And then they decided to not go with his peace policy, and they decided to ambush the peace commissioners, and they killed them, okay? They killed a high-up level general in the United States Federal Army, which was unprecedented, except for, like, General Custer. They killed the police commissioner, and they killed an Indian Affairs representative who was an asshole that totally deserved to be killed. So, you know, because they're like, as soon as they weren't given their demands of being able to return to their land, they're like, okay, then we're just going to kill all of you because we're winning the war. So you can see how in this reading of it, they don't really talk about it as a victory, right? In this federal government, Sir Bartholomew, the federal government here clearly didn't want to mention how this was basically really stupid on their part to even go to these peace talks, knowing that the Modoc had an upper hand, and then they really expected the Modoc would surrender after they had been defeating them this whole time. Okay, yeah, all those poor members of the federal government. But I honestly think it's kind of badass, folks, that they actually killed, they actually did kill these commissioners and stuff, because why wouldn't you? By the way, the same thing had happened to the Modoc many years before during a peace talk with the government. The government had lied to them and then massacred many of them. Do you think they notice how they didn't mention that on this plaque? They don't mention that on this plaque, okay? So, hey, that's what you get. You betray them, they're going to betray you. Fuck you, okay? So, with the peace talks now failed, the federal government went all out, and they sent even more troops. And I got to tell you guys, at this point, they were much more careful. They had learned some mistakes from the first time they had attacked the Modoc. So this time, they are like, you know what, maybe we should think more. And they they took these troops against the Modoc, and what they did is they realized that there aren't many sources of water in the lava flats, the lava fields. So they found the closest source of water that the Modoc were certainly having to drink from, and they surrounded it, and they prevented the Modoc from accessing it, which was basically made it impossible for the Modoc to survive in Captain Jack's stronghold anymore. They also, the troops at this second time, brought up artillery, and they actually brought artillery experts. By the way, the first time they brought artillery, they just had militia members try to figure out how to use it, which you don't do. You have to be an expert to fire artillery, so they failed the first time. The second time, they actually brought people who knew how to fire artillery, and they just bombarded the Modoc stronghold and kept them away from the water supply, and eventually the Modoc would have to surrender. Okay. So what ended up happening, guys, is in this case, there were several Modoc warriors killed, unfortunately. So during the second battle of the stronghold, the Modoc warriors did take some losses. And after it became pretty clear that the Modoc were not going to be able to stay around for long, okay, might have been Paul Squaw, they retreated. Okay, well, let me put it this way. The federal government decided to once again march on the lava flats. After they caught the Modoc trying to get to water a few times, they realized that the Modoc were probably dehydrated and weren't strong anymore, so they started marching against the Modoc positions. This time, they didn't take any losses. You know why? Because once they actually took the stronghold, they found that the Modoc hadn't been there. They thought they had been winning this whole time, although they had been more than last time. The Modoc had left a few days prior. And the Modoc had actually left a fire burning to make it look like they were still there, but they had slipped away in the night, snuck through the federal lines, and disappeared into the lava flats. So, oops. So although the federal troops may have won this time, they didn't. They thought they were about to win. The Modoc had already left, and then, whoopsie. I will say this though. They then started launching searching missions through the lava flats, and they were ambushed like 2 or 3 times, and more troops were killed before they finally caught Captain Jack, okay? So after many months, 6 months of this, they finally caught Captain Jack. So after the second battle of the Stronghold and the Battle of Sand Boot, which is where they were ambushed looking for Captain Jack, they finally captured Captain Jack after cutting off all the water supply to the area. And unfortunately, and this is where I'm saying, these guys are heroes. I think we all know who the badass heroes are and how cool this story is. Unfortunately, a lot of stories that come to the native peoples of the United States don't end well, all right? The federal troops did capture the Modoc command, the Captain Jack, Hooker, and all of them, and they hung them. They executed them. And then, unfortunately, the Modoc were still forced to go and live on the Klamath Reservation. They also executed a lot of the top leaders of the Modoc, and then they forcibly took them and then took them back to the Klamath Reservation. And that essentially ended the Modoc War. I will say this, though. My personal opinion, guys, is that they would not have done that if they probably would have just killed them. I know, I'm sorry, Sam. They probably would have just killed them or slaughtered a lot of them if they hadn't resisted so much. They were kind of concerned about making a martyr out of the Modoc people. So they kind of liked the idea of humiliating the Modoc people. So the idea here was kill their leaders and then send the rest to live back on the reservation. It might very well be that if the Modoc hadn't resisted for so long, a lot of the women and children would have just been slaughtered. So I don't want to say it's a complete defeat, but yeah, obviously it's a genocidal, violent regime, and they ended up doing the genocidal stuff, okay? But we should never forget that these guys fought to the death, holding off an army of over 1,000 troops with only 53 warriors on the lava flats to defend the land that had been theirs for hundreds of years. And they whipped their asses, okay? They whipped their asses. Did Captain Jack have any last words? I don't know, to be honest. I think he probably did. I can look it up for you. We should never forget the struggle of Captain Jack, okay, and Jim Hooker against the monstrous genocidal U.S. government. Okay. Yeah, right, Laquan. You can understand, like, it's complicated. I understand why Captain Jack wanted to negotiate. I do. And okay, but yeah, it's a very complex issue. I have no critiques of that's a hard position to be in. Like, what do you do? Do you just give up the land? Like, what do you like? Okay, so but it's one of those stories that you almost never hear told in American history classes or anywhere. The story of the Modoc War, and how a very small group of Native peoples held off the federal forces for over 6 months and handed their asses to them in defense of their land. Okay, so even guys, in right now we're living in a very difficult time. I don't know if you could tell that. This is why. Okay, yeah, Jonas. This is why I'm always saying, guys, remember the sacrifices of our ancestors, right? The Modoc people, I know a lot of us, probably most of us, aren't related to the Modoc people, but I view them as peers in that they were, you know, they're human beings fighting for their freedom, fighting for their dignity and their land and things like that, like a lot of people all over the world are. They were in conditions far worse than we are, and they still fought to the bitter end, and they never gave up. They kept fighting, they kept fighting, they kept innovating and fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. And yes, I know they ended up not winning. Okay. But we have many more advantages than they do. Okay. And so never lose hope and remember the sacrifices of our ancestors, because if they did it, we can too, even if the enemy looks like they're all over the place. All right. So there's my story for all of you. All right. I know it kind of ends abruptly with that kind of dark note there. But there you go. Imagine if he did have he had suppressors and NVGs, right? Grenades and shit. Captain Jack would have been unstoppable. So that's the story of the Modoc War. Let me see here if Captain Jack did have any last. And also, this also is reflective of, yeah, rest in peace, Captain Jack and the brave Modoc warriors. We should never remember what they did. When I first heard this story, guys, when I first read about it, I was this close to crying. I didn't cry, but I was for once I didn't cry, but dear God. Let's see if he did have any last words. I am curious. And by the way, I'm oversimplifying. We should never remember what they did. What do you mean retro Asher? We should never remember what we did. We should always remember what they did. Did I say never remember? No. We should always remember what they did. Did I say never remember? We should never. I'm sorry. We should never forget what they did. We should never forget what. Did I say never remember? Dear God, we should never forget what they did. Screw all of you. You know what I meant. Okay. God damn it. Look, I tried to be significant and cool, but then I accidentally used the wrong word. Screw all of you. Okay. So, all right. You did say never remember. Okay, thank you. Never forget. Oopsie. You all know my brain doesn't function. Okay, screw all of you. So let's see here. I do recommend, guys, you read about the story. I kind of did a quick little summary of it. Ba-ba-da-ba. All right. Yeah, I will say, I don't want to go. So at this time, I wanted to. Yeah, sorry guys, that was I knocked out the thing here. At this time, guys, this is kind of dark. I forgot to mention this. Okay, I know. I'm sorry, Malzord. I know. You guys are making it hard on me. I blame all of you. It's your fault. Okay. So there was a lot of anger and hatred, right? There was a lot of anger and hatred towards natives at this time because, like I said, there was a genocide going on against them. And so the government had kind of really riled up dehumanization and hatred against the natives. Um, and after they executed Steamboat Jack, I forgot about this, they actually sold his hair as trophies. Okay. They sold the ropes and pieces of his hair as trophies to the public. As a demonstration of the power of the American government and as an intimidation and terror tactic against other natives. Their severed heads were sent to Washington, D.C., okay? And they sent their heads to Washington, D.C. for quote-unquote craniological research, in order to study, because this was like during a lot of scientific racism, okay, to study their heads and their skulls. Yeah, I know. I didn't mention it. I forgot to mention it, but I didn't want to sort of dehumanize them by even mentioning it after trying, but yeah, the federal government were monsters. And like I said, guys, the federal government were genocidal monsters. The American government, we rarely talk about it. Yeah, we rarely talk about the horror of the genocide committed against the native peoples, right? We love talking about the Holocaust, which, we should, but that's like Holocaust level shit. If you're taking body parts of the people you're executing and ethnically cleansing and then doing phrenology research on it, like that's like Nazi shit. And then okay. Anyway, so just to be clear, all right. All right, you guys, are you ready, guys? So there you go. There's your story. There's your little history lesson for the day. I hope you all learned something. I'm going to put my face up. Woo! Where's my face? Sam, I don't, Sam. So Sam says, if the British had won the Revolutionary War, do you think the natives would have had a different fate? No, I don't, Sam. So yeah, I know that the British Empire had actually issued the Proclamation of 1763 to limit westward expansion from the colonies, but and eventually they would have absolutely done that. They absolutely would have continued settling and pushing. By the way, the French would have too. Okay, Meowser, great question. So let me explain. Okay, the French colonies in the New World. I know I shouldn't use the word New World. It just makes it easier for me. In Canada, okay, were less genocidal than the English colonies. The French colonists were more likely to form trading relationships and actually intermarry with native women. And there was less colonization and more setting up of trade relationships. They were nicer, you could say that. I would not say that niceness, though, was because they didn't want to do colonization. It was because it was out of necessity. There were far fewer French people in Canada than there were English people on the east coast of the United States. If the French had started majorly colonizing Canada, they would have almost certainly done ethnic cleansing and killed the natives as well. Okay. Yeah. So, but yes, if the French had stayed a small number, they may have only stuck with the trading and stuff as a matter of necessity. But I suspect they would have done it too. The British, as was mentioned here, here's the thing about the American Revolution. It is my opinion, and the opinion of other historians, not every historian, but in my opinion, that the American Revolution or the American War of Independence was inevitable. I say that because in terms of population and size, the colonies eventually and not that long, we're going to have a much larger population than Britain and be much larger than Britain. And there's no way that the island of Britain could control a vast population of a much larger territory like that without there being a shift of power. And I know they did that in India, but it's different though. It is different in a lot of ways. Yeah, Paul School. I know they did it in India, but it's different. I don't really want to get into it. There were different. The technology and stuff was different from the time and stuff, and the idea of rights was different because a lot of the people in the New World viewed themselves as or were English. This is complicated, but I'm one of the reasons the British wanted to limit colonial expansion is that they were worried about this power imbalance happening, that the colonies would eventually be much larger and more prosperous than Britain. And that's also, by the way, one of the reasons they implemented the Navigation Acts to create this mercantile situation that subordinated the colonies to the mother country. Okay. So I think that would have been inevitable, that there would have had to be a break, or the center of power would have moved from London to New York or something, which I think is less likely. I think there would have been a revolution first. But that's just my opinion. There's historians who disagree on that. Okay. All right. Would you say the founding fathers having stake in the Ohio Company was a big reason to drag people to war, since the UK banned westward expansion and they didn't want to lose that investment. You say the value values to drag people into worse than the abandonment. Yeah. Yes, Sam. So that's actually one of the reasons that the colonists had a war to begin with. One of the reasons for the American Revolution was the anger over the fact that they couldn't colonize further. All right. Um, this is complicated. Okay, guys, let me explain something. Okay, I'm gonna do this real fast. Let me explain this real fast. You will not have heard this in history class. Okay, one of the big reason for the American Revolution was economic and based off land. Allow me to explain. So it was tradition. It was a tradition in the colonies that the sons of farmers would split up the land of that farmer after he died. After he died. So you have 3 sons. Your eldest son would get the majority of your farmland, and then your 2 youngest sons, the rest of that land would be split between them. It'd be less land, but they would still get some of that farmer's land. This necessitated the constant colonizing of new land, because think about it. That means that generation after generation, the land that your sons are inheriting is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, unless they have the opportunity to go take more farmland and expand their farmlands that way. As a matter of fact, yes, Dolly Boy, as a matter of fact, if you look at maps from colonial America, most people's farmland, a lot of people's farmland was not contiguous. You would have like a little farmland here, and then over there they might own a little more farmland, and then further out they might own. So you the way to get more land and to prevent people from inheriting very small tracts of land was to conquer more territory, murder the natives or push them off, and then that would allow your sons to have more land. Okay. So when the British put this limit on westward expansion, it caused a generation of young colonial men, which, by the way, are the same people who were fought in the American Revolution, to suddenly lose their economic opportunity of expanding their farm holdings. You see what I mean? You suddenly have this issue where every generation that goes by, their land is getting less and less, and they're becoming more and more impoverished. Relatively, okay? And they want to be able to settle so that they can get more land. Um, okay, you see what I mean? So that was one of the big reasons for the American Revolution that is not talked about much. Now, there are other ones too. That's definitely not the only one, but that's one of the big ones. Okay, there's a lot of reasons for it, but that's one of the big ones. So, yeah, but that is my theory, guys. Is that eventually the America would have left, the colonies would have left regardless, just as a matter of power dynamics. All right. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Any other questions about that? We good? I could ramble about this shit for hours if you want me to. All right. So, okay. So, Sam, is it's basically a more democratized upper class instead of being rich and powerful through noble birth? It's rich and power. Sam, 100%. 100%. So, Sam, you have some great questions. Let me explain something else here real fast. I know, I'm sorry I'm ranting, but I think you guys will find it interesting. So that, as I mentioned, there was the land issue in the New World for all these young men who no longer had access to increased farmland sizes. There is also the issue of the nobility. So England at the time was a stratified society, and it still is to some extent, not as much as it used to be, where you have people of noble blood who inherit power through birth, like the king, the queen. You have these landed nobles, dukes, and things like that, okay? And a lot of times that comes with wealth, right? That comes with wealth. So this was a time the colonies were around in a time where capitalism was flourishing. And in the New World, especially in the colonies, especially, you start to see the growth of this very rich mercantile class who have all the wealth of the nobles, but because they do not have noble blood, they do not have the power of the nobles. You see what I mean? Yeah, Meow Zord. They do not have that power. They have all the wealth associated with that power, but none of that power. And so part of the American Revolution was a revolt By the way, guys, this is part of elite theory, by the way. There are some historians, elite theory historians who look at the history of the elites and try to interpret history based off that, where you have this new set of elite, okay, this new set of elite in America that do not have access to the power they feel they deserve because they don't have the blood of the aristocracy. So part of the reason they were upset was that they wanted to separate themselves from the society where power was based off birth and blood and turn it into a society where power is based off wealth and land ownership. You see what I mean? So it was a move away. Yeah, proto robber baron. It was a move away from a blood-based aristocracy to a capital-based aristocracy. By the way, I could say the same thing about the French Revolution. The lot of the folks that were advocating for change in France were middle class merchants and business people and intellectuals who were very upset that there was still this established aristocracy and clergy that had all the power and rights despite not having the wealth that, I mean, even though these new merchants and stuff had all this wealth. Um, so yeah, some historians, and especially Marxist historians, view the American Revolution and the French Revolution as a capitalist revolution against feudalism. It was one system of elites overthrowing another system of elites to establish a new economic system. Um, yeah, okay, and so that is definitely a big part of it. I will say though, in both cases, it's more complicated than that because in both cases you see the poor and a lot of poor folks also fighting for freedom. Um, so it is more complicated than that, but that is definitely a very important part of it. Okay, that often gets overlooked. Um, if that makes sense. Okay. All right. See here, Sam, but weren't the feudal elites who survived basically integrated? Yes, Sam, because the revolution wasn't fully successful at first, okay? The French Revolution, yeah, it wasn't fully successful. But like at the beginning with the radicalism, that it was a new set of elites that were sort of taking over. Now, we could debate this because at different stages of the French Revolution, there was much more radicalism and much more, things like that. Yeah, okay. Meowzord, when you say freedom, and there's also multiple revolutions in France that we talk about. When you say freedom is different from aristocratic freedom, or did the poor think that they be billionaires as well? So Meowzord, that is a very good question, Meowzord. There is a difference between the two. The average person did want some degree of freedom. As a matter of fact, this is why I say it's complicated because to a lot of the poor farmers and stuff in America, there wasn't a difference really between the aristocratic elites of America and the British, because a lot of those elites had been British loyalists, right? So for some of the people in America, they did want freedom from the British government. They felt that their taxes were high, that they had a lot of issues with it. And they wanted more freedoms. They didn't like their homes being occupied by British soldiers and shit like that, and stuff like that. So yeah, there is a bit of a difference, Meowsword, but that's complicated. I can give you an example. So when the American Constitution was created, it wasn't originally going to include a Bill of Rights. It actually took exactly, Meowsword. Okay, it actually took a lot of popular pressure to convince the founding fathers to even include the Bill of Rights, because so Thomas Jefferson and some other anti-federalists did want the Bill of Rights, but it took a lot of popular agitation from the people to get some of those things. Sam says, I don't know much about Napoleon, but would you say he was one of the first to be successful in becoming one of these new elites in the new system? Yeah, Sam. And you know what's funny, guys, about Napoleon? Remember, he was a lesser aristocrat. He had noble blood. He was a Corsican noble. It's an interesting thought. Yeah, it's a kind of sign. Anyway, it's just an interesting note there. That he was sort of he was a noble, and people forget about that. A lesser noble, but a noble nonetheless. Okay. Uh, yeah, and we also should point out, guys, something else that's not talked about is the American Revolution. There were kind of two revolutions going on. there was another revolution happening, and it was a giant slave uprising. A lot of enslaved people rose up, but they didn't side with the Americans, the colonists. They sided with the British. There's a famous image I actually have on my revolution slide that Meowsword made. Yeah, a lesser noble, but a noble nonetheless. There you go, Invalid Axiom. There were a lot of enslaved people rising up to join the British against the American colonists because the British Army promised freedom to slaves. Okay, that joined, and they likely would have been granted that freedom because the British Empire had been ending slavery in a lot of ways. Okay, correct. The American Revolution was the first American Civil War. Of course, unfortunately, a lot of those black enslaved people, they were defeated. They were defeated, so a lot of them were returned to slavery, but a lot of them that fought for the British actually ended up getting their freedom. They were resettled by the British in Canada as freed people, or elsewhere. Okay, so yeah, a lot of them ended up gaining their freedom from siding with the British, even though the British lost. Okay, that's not to say the British Empire was like this benevolent empire. I'm just saying, in this case, it was beneficial for them to advocate for the freedom of enslaved people. Okay. All right. We got that. Was it better to be a black person who fought for the British? The British. Absolutely, Sam. It was much better to be a enslaved person who fought for the British. There was some promise made to the to black folks that fought for the Americans that they'd be granted freedom after the war, but it was a lie. It was a lie. They almost all of them were returned back to slavery because, God bless America. Most enslaved people didn't buy that from the beginning, though, so that's good at least. Okay. So, all right, guys. So there you go. Some more history shit. We can talk a lot about that. It's a great, fun story to have. I know, right? Shocking. Okay. Anyway. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm off on my history streak. Sorry. I hope you all learned something a little bit more about the American Revolution shit. And note, I will point out, though, before I go on, just remember, I'm oversimplifying for everyone here. A lot of the traditional explanations for the American Revolution are also true. History is not black and white. There were a lot of reasons for the American Revolution and the War of Independence. Also, a lot of reasons for the French Revolution. People were starving and stuff. So I don't want to just I know, Invalid Axiom. I know you guys like the history stuff. It takes away from the present. I used to mainly do history stuff. I've gotten sucked more into the politics stuff. But anyway, yeah. Do we all get gold stars? Yes. You know what? Let me hand out some boops before we go on here, guys. I will hand out some boops because, I like infantilizing all of you. I am a teacher after all, right? Sam, you get a boop. Boop. Invalid Axiom, you get a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Meowser gets a boop. Boop. LaQuaw gets a boop. Boop. Who wants a boop? You're right, Invalid Axiom. Okay. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else want to boop? Boopity boop 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 boop. Retro Asher, off topic. You get a boop, Retro Asher. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Retro Asher, I'm off topic, but I think that Hitler's speeches should be translated and voiced in English for classes that are worrying about World War II. Oh, Retro Asher, I think it's already been done. And I think it's AI probably, but if you go on YouTube, you can find them in English. I could be wrong about that, Retro Asher, but yeah, I agree though. That should be done to show you because he was extremely charismatic. It's disturbing. On a side note, I don't know if you know this, Retro Asher, but JF or RFK. I'm not. God damn it. FDR. Wow, I got all those acronyms wrong. FDR read and spoke German. And he would specifically request to have Hitler's speeches written down for him and given to him in German. And he would always end up saying, like, you need to read his speeches in German just to capture how powerful of a speaker he is. So yeah, I agree. He has very powerful speeches. I am curious if they would be less powerful in English than in German. But yes, I still think it'd be useful to see them said in English. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Sam, and I already gave Sam a boop. Anyone else want invalid act? Did I give you one, Alan? I don't know. Anyone else want a boop? Are we out boop today? Gray stuff gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Paul Squall gets a boop. Boop. All right. So, oh, what just happened? Something just happened. Thank you. Marzipan's here. Marzipan, you get a boop. Boop. All right, whatever. I'll stop giving out boops. Sam, what do you think about history people who say that you can't judge the past with a modern lens? Curious about your thoughts. Um, so Sam, okay, that's a good question. I have two answers for you. One, as a historian, no, you shouldn't do that. You need to, in order to understand history, you need to look at it through the context of the times, right? So, yeah, in my capacity as a historian, if I were doing historical research, I would have to separate a modern moral lens to understand how people were thinking and behaving at the time. Okay? Now then, once you do the history, I don't give a shit. I do that all the time, right? Like after I give the history, I will then, and sometimes I still put in my opinion, right? When I'm talking to all of you, but I will then be like, okay, we know that this is horrible what they did, okay? So yeah, it's both, right? To write history and do history that way, you do need to separate yourself, but you're also like I don't understand a lot of historians. I've met historians who drive me crazy because they will be asked questions about modern times and they'll be like, "Well, I can't comment on modern times. I only know about the history." Right? Or like, "Well, I can't predict. I can't do any of that. I can just tell you about the history and I can't judge. I can't make a calculation. I'm just a historian." And I'm like, "Well, then what's the point of history?" Right? Like, yeah, I think that's one of the big um yeah, exactly, Jonas, right? And that's part of the thing, Jonas. You don't claim the good without the bad. If you do apply like your own moral lens to history when doing history, you will that makes it harder to you just have to state what happened historically and then you can judge it on, yourself, right? Um this is complicated, but yeah, and so this is why guys I define history as not only history is the interpretation of the past and applying it to the present. I don't see the point unless you do apply it to the present, right? Like that's why I like history is if you need to know about the past so that you can understand the present. It gives context to everything. Um, right? So yeah, like yeah, all right. And but guys, I will say this. It is also the case historically that a lot of times when horrible things happen, it's bad even at the time. So, as a historian, you can write about it that way. Like when writing about Christopher Columbus, you can easily say that this was, he was found guilty of these things. He was a monster at the time. Like you can say with the reality of it. You see what I mean? Okay. LaGuardia, people say that about stuff like slavery, but there were definitely abolition. Exactly. So there were people who knew that it was obviously bad. Correct. And that's the thing, though, is LaGuardia, you can still like. I know that that's what I'm saying sounds dark. I'm not saying you don't when you write history. Uh, yeah, I know you nuanced thought doesn't track for idiots, but like you mentioned at the time, there were abolitionists who were saying these things against it. So you can talk about what was actually happening at the time to make it more understandable, and then you can do commentary, right? You can end up being like, well, we can pretty much definitively say the abolitionists were right about this, okay? And a lot of historians do that. They will avoid doing it in their academic work, if that makes sense. All right. Um, okay. Me want boop. Yeah, Finn, you get a boop. Boop. Does that make sense, guys? Let's see here. People say that about stuff like slavery, but there were definitely abolitionists. So there were people that, yeah, and this is my point. Like, for example, when you talk about slavery, that is super easy. If I were to write about slavery, I haven't. I haven't. I'm sorry, Finn. I gave you a boop. Okay. I haven't written. I've never written about slavery, but I could easily say that slavery was outdated at this point. The United States was one of the few countries that was still doing slavery. There were some others, but of this kind, the moral compass of the universe was clearly pointed in one direction, and these slaveholders were so ingrained with their power and wealth that they refused to change, despite the obvious consensus of a large chunk of the world that this was bad. Now, I'm not outright saying that slavery is morally wrong, but I am heavily at the time, clearly there was a heavy even at the time that was a bad thing, right? And then obviously I can talk about the bad effects of slavery. You see what I mean? Which will make it obvious. But if history is done well, it's obvious what conclusion to come to, right? Like if I told you what actually happened in slavery, you're going to come away understanding that that's not good. Okay. All right. All right. So does this make sense to everyone? Did abolitionists view black people as equal humans, or did they depend on the person? This is complicated, Sam. There were a lot of abolitionists who did not view black people as equals. At least didn't view them as intellectually equal or humanly equal, but they did view them as worthy of freedom. This is complicated. There were other abolitionists who did view them as equal, all across the board, but not every abolitionist viewed black people as fundamentally equal, including there were even some black abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, who occasionally would remark about black folks not necessarily being able to do everything that white folks do. So, yeah. But again, guys, this is why I'm saying, listen, though, this is where I'm saying that morality, it's hard to apply. If I were to be a historian, in the context of the times, okay, that was still very revolutionary. Frederick Douglass was still very lefty, progressive, okay, for the times, and he still deserves praise. Yes, I know he was not like perfect according to our standards at the time, but according to at that time, that was a pretty advanced way of looking at things. All right, so you can also see that in the context, you can also find some more heroes too, right? It's complicated, right? It's complicated, but it's the case. But this is why, like, also, for example, guys, I will often, and please, you guys can push back on me, right? You can push back on me, but I hear a lot of lefties or people in general saying that Abraham Lincoln wasn't that great. Okay. Abraham Lincoln wasn't that great. Abraham Lincoln, wasn't the real reason these things happened. Blah, 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 blah. Abraham Lincoln this, Abraham Lincoln that. Why do we like Abraham Lincoln so much? That is not very good history, right? I'm not like a great man theory guy, but Abraham Lincoln was really cool in a lot of ways. And I'm saying that as obviously a socialist stuff. I'm not like I'm not hiding the fact that he wasn't perfect, but he was way ahead of his time in a lot of ways. And he was brilliant. Yes, Sam, he was brilliant, and he was the one who ended up kind of pushing through a lot of things that weren't going to happen. And so I get that from our modern lens, we view him as not perfect. Okay, yeah, I agree. I would say that to you. But like in the context of the times, absolutely brilliant and really pushed the country forward in a lot of ways. Um, I mean, hey, Weirdomorphous Blob, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Weirdomorphous Blob says, I'm a big fan of Abraham Lincoln's executive overreach. Absolutely. He was. He did do a lot of executive overreach. Guys, do you know that Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus? He suspended the need for a trial for having a body of evidence to arrest people. That's kind of, today we would view that as authoritarian, right? But he didn't give a shit because he was like, I need to save the country because the South are a bunch of goddamn monsters trying to destroy everyone. And so we kind of cover up some of the things he did that are less palatable to modern day Americans. But he did them. He did them, and he did accomplish a lot. And anyway, yeah, Karl Marx wanted to be besties with Lincoln. Yeah, he did. So he definitely sent messages to Lincoln. I don't think they actually talked or anything. But Karl Marx did like Lincoln for he viewed him as a great historical figure who was kind of pushing the United States from the slavery mode of production and shit like that. Okay. But anyway, this is my point about history is that sometimes when you judge things from the present, you also forget about the good people did in the context of the times. Yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob, but one of his advisors responded. And I don't know much about that relationship, but I know it wasn't as like strong as people think. But yeah, Marx did appreciate Lincoln. Yeah, Sam Marx wanted to create Yao Mango with Lincoln. Yeah, guys, like I promise you, you should read about Lincoln. Lincoln was brilliant, especially legally. He was able to straddle all these legal lines to get around things. So, for example, he refused to acknowledge the South as a separate nation while also using laws that allowed him to go to war with the South as if they were a separate nation. So he was able to convince the Supreme Court and the Congress and stuff that no, the South is not a separate nation. They're just they're still part of the United States and they're sort of rebelling and they're a foreign nation that are separate and we need to embargo them and prevent foreign trade with them and stuff. And he was brilliant enough to convince people legally that this made sense. Like I know that sounds like a small thing, but he like was quite brilliant in like how he manipulated people to and how he manipulated things legally, all right, in order to defeat the South, all right? But anyway. Okay. All right. All right, guys. So there's some history shit for you. There's some history shit for you. And so did that answer your question about like judging history and like the morality of the present and shit? Okay. All right. So what else we got here? Let's take a look. I wanted to what is this crap? Sam, you know your president's pretty well. That's pretty funny. LBJ, yeah, Lyndon B. Johnson loved talking about his penis. Absolutely. Loved talking about the size of his penis to all the people around him. I'm not joking, folks. Look it up. LBJ was kind of a weird guy. Like, would always talk about his, what do you say, his Johnson log or whatever. He was kind of a strange guy. Okay, let's see here, guys. Let's watch this. This was sent to us by Gwen. Let's take a look. This is just a short, it looks like.
Cry.
Oh, okay, so let's see what he has to say. This is the most brutal 40-second summary of Trump's disastrous Iran war. Okay, let's take a look. I like LBC from what I've seen of them. Okay, let's take a look and see what they have to say here. All right, let me put the screen up here. So this was sent to us from Gwen. Is that where the term? You know what? I don't know, Sam. Maybe that'd be interesting if it was. All right, and guys, I do recommend watch the movie Lincoln. I know I get it. A lot of people don't like movies about like great historical men because it's kind of cliche or whatever. But it is really good, and it shows how he was willing to use the power of the presidency to push through the amendment to end slavery, including bribing people, including threatening people to get it done, and how brilliant he was when it comes to these things. You know what, guys? Let me show you something real fast. Before we go on to this, before I show you Gwen's clip, since we're talking about Lincoln, let me just show you real fast here. Let me show you something. Lincoln... there's a great scene in Lincoln. I guess Lincoln speech, Lincoln. Okay. So this is it's 2 minutes long. I'm gonna play it for you. This scene, by the way, this is a great movie. What is it? Lewis, whatever. What's his name? The guy that plays Lincoln. Sam. Something Day-Lewis? Why can't I think of his first name? Oh, come on, he's attractive. Everyone, okay, the ladies out there, and the bisexual people, and the gay people, what's his name? Thank you, Daniel Day-Lewis. There we go, I knew it. LaGuardia would know immediately. Okay, yeah, dandy. Daniel Day-Lewis, okay, Daniel Day-Lewis thank you, it plays Lincoln brilliantly. And in order to, the makers of the movie, in order to capture Lincoln's brilliance, did this scene where they had Lincoln briefly explain his reasoning and his like legal reasoning for all these things he had done. And it's really interesting. It's only a few moments long. I think it's like 2 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes long. So let's just watch it. And I think this is it. If it's not, I'll stop it. But just listen to this.
You've had no defections from the Republican right to trouble you.
So he is demanding, by the way, he's demanding his cabinet to get the anti-slavery amendment passed by Congress no matter what. And a lot of them are like, no, we can't do that. Are you crazy? Well, that's not going to pass. We're never going to do that. And he's still demanding they do it. That wasn't okay. That was actually a good scene. That wasn't the scene that I wanted. But yeah, he literally ends up telling them, do whatever you need to do, legal or illegal, to get me these goddamn votes to end slavery. Okay. Anyway, you should watch the whole thing, though, guys. There is another great scene. There is another great scene where he rattles off how he has legally justified everything he's done. Yep, right, Sam. I wonder how being in Congress, I wonder how being a congressperson, senator worked when you actually did politics and your opinion wasn't based off donors. Yeah, like there was corruption and stuff, but it wasn't like what we see today. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, he was a very good speaker, guys. Very good speaker. And I know, okay, anyway, but like literally he would speak like this. And even to his own cabinet, even he would sometimes disagree with his whole cabinet and still demand they do what he told them to, and he would almost always be right. Okay, anyway, he was a cool guy. Watch the movie Lincoln if you ever have a moment. It's a good movie. All right. Anyway. All right. So let's go back to this. Okay, now that I got distracted on that little thing.
In terms of
let's go here. All right, let's watch this. So this was sent to us by Gwen. Let's take a look here. I know, I'm sorry, I'm doing a very quick transition. Yeah. Okay, this is James O'Brien, the 42nd segment, I guess, about Trump's war in Iran. Okay, let's listen to this. All right, Sylvie, 0 out of 10 doesn't even mention the Dow Jones. Hello, Sylvie, right? Hilarious. Okay, so let's watch her fast. Hello, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here.
That can look at what we've just described and see it clearly. It's a war, but it's not a war. It's an excursion. We've already won, but we haven't won. We'll be home in a week, but we might be there for months. We're going to change the regime, but we don't need to change the regime. They've got a nuclear capability, but we destroyed their nuclear capability 9 months ago. They might get a nuclear capability, but there's no way they're going to get a nuclear capability. We need to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. We don't need to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. We need your help, but we don't need your help. Send an aircraft carrier. Don't send an aircraft carrier. We don't need your help, but if you don't send your help, we're going to attack you and insult you. And in fact, even if you do send help, we're going to attack you and insult you because we are Donald Trump, a deranged liar.
Yeah, that's pretty good summary. Yeah. I mean, I don't see a lie. Do you see a lie? I don't see a lie. Okay. All right. Not bad. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what else to add there. Right in your groove. It's like, I don't know what else to add there. That's just, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Okay. Let's go on here, guys. Let's see what else we got. I saw that one. It's already too late. Oh, good. All right. Okay, I'm passionate. Okay. China broke apart. Ew. God. What's this? Fetty, are you still here, Fetty? Okay, let's watch this. I don't know what this is. Who is this? This guy. This is Asmongold, right? Yeah, this is definitely Asmongold. I should recognize his face. Okay, so this was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti. I don't know. What is it about? Let's just see what it is. I think... Oh, this is from Hasanabi Productions. God damn it, Fetty. Okay, fine. Fine, we'll watch it. All right, let's see here. This says, he says something horrible, I guess. Okay, what does he have to say? Let's see what Asmongold, who's deeply popular, has to say. That's his name. So yeah, okay.
And I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants into our country.
Oh my God.
And that's the reason why. And by the way, for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem. There is clearly...
Okay, guys, you know, I'm not really in on this shit. I'm really not in on... I don't know much about what's happening with other creators or whatever the fuck, okay? Isn't he a video game streamer? Why the hell is he talking about politics? I'm like, how long? I know he's been doing this for a while, but why did he? Does he even know what he's talking about? Like, I thought he got popular doing video game shit. He's a math. Okay, so yeah, he did. Wow. I realized he can make more money by. Oh, got you. Okay, so he's just kind of trying to make money by doing right wing talking points. Thank you, whoever just followed. Thank you very much. Because gamers are stupid AF and reactionary. It's been like this dude again. Okay, I see. He is a nothing, thinking too much of himself. Got you. He's a drama slop streamer. Got you. Got you. Got you. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm a gamer, but okay. He admitted he doesn't know anything about politics. Why is he okay? This is why I kind of like that law in China they have, where you get fined if you talk about things on the internet you don't know much about. All right, but okay. I mean, I'm not advocating for that necessarily. I'm just saying, like, he shouldn't have a. Uh, he's like, okay, has too large of an audience to be allowed to say bullshit that he doesn't know about. He just didn't talk. Okay, even when he was doing gaming content, he talked about why he voted Trump over Hillary. God, his political commentary is just him being a stenographer for the Trump regime. Really? Okay. He's a real gamer in the sense that he likely used lots of gamer words. Oh, gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. I've been in the game servers with him. His chatters ruin the server. Ew, I'm sorry about that, lurking snow leopard. China #1, exactly, Sir Bart. It's not fair. Why when racists are? Yeah, yeah, Jonas. It's not fair when I know, right? He should be held accountable. He's pretty much the equivalent of Steven Crowder, but none of the cleanliness. Ew, I have seen that thing where there was a cockroach crawling on him. He's just saying all the. Okay, I get it, guys. I'm getting the idea. Thank you. I was just reading what all you all were saying because you all educate me sometimes. So we'll see what else he has to say here. But we all know that is absolutely disgusting language, right? To call migrants parasites. That is like Nazi mimicking language. That is like Zionist mimicking language. That is like openly demonizing, dehumanizing, and that is genocidal preparation language. Okay, I don't think I have to explain that to you. It's just rather surprising. Yeah, Sir Bart. Definitely Canada and China should form an alliance here, okay? All right. Jesus, all right.
An affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop. Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to fucking Guatemala or Somalia or wherever the fuck they came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream. I'd stream less so I could do that all the time.
He's full of shit. I'm sorry. Like, I have trouble believing anything he says. He's just posturing, isn't he? He literally, just from how he talks and how his nonverbals are, he reminds me of like some of my male students who would try to posture in front of the girls. You know what I mean? Who would like, just be rude to the teacher or like be defiant or whatever, just because there were girls around. Even though, when you meet, like if you were to talk to that student one-on-one, they're a nice kid. They're just trying to posture. They don't really believe what they're saying. Like, that's what it kind of seems like. I mean, maybe he does believe it, but I don't know. He's acting like he's just posturing. I don't know him well enough. Yeah.
I'll be backing these guys up every day. Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum.
Yeah, I'm sure he would, right, guys? He has such big balls. Look at that. Look at the size of his balls. He would gladly show up with ICE agents, right?
I say, guess what? Guess what?
Yeah. Oh, is that so, LaQuarria?
Nah, bring your family too. Let's go, boys. Come on.
Oh my God, this is embarrassing.
Get in the van. Get in the red and blue van.
I feel like I want to pull him aside and have a one-on-one with him. Like, hey, kid, you don't have to posture. It's okay. I know you're trying to get a new friend group. I know you have a crush on that girl, right? But you don't need to do all this silly posturing in class. Yeah, Philly cheese. It's literally that's what this reminds me of. Okay. Oh, who's an edgy boy, Asman? Yeah. Wow, so edgy. More people need to get popped. Meowzord, you're not wrong. Okay, you're not wrong. Yeah, I know. Say, I no. I'm just saying, if he were a teenager, that's the conversation I would have. He probably, anyway, he's probably past the point of saving.
Catch them all. That's right. I would do this, and honestly, I'd make videos about him, like other, and I'm gonna be real. Like, I would be so brutal to these people. People would say it's too much. I would.
Oh my God, this is
I would be
humiliating.
filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out. I'd put like Pokemon theme music over it. I'd do the whole thing. I hate them. I hate them.
Ew, don't show us your teeth.
All
Okay.
of this.
So, all right. That's just embarrassing. Like literally, I feel kind of embarrassed. I'm having trouble watching it. It's so obvious. He's like just posturing. Guys, look what I would do. I would totally do this, man. Yeah, man. Look at this. I totally like. Okay, ew. And by the way, I don't need to see your teeth. Okay. Never take political advice from a man that's rubbed his bleeding gums on his wall. Did he actually do that, Jonas? Did he rub his bleeding gums on the wall? I would not be surprised. LaQuardia, bro doesn't leave his house. Literally fan fiction he's doing right. Yeah, that's what it seems like. But even as a teacher, you don't have supreme authority over them, so they can still be defiant. Never had accountability in his. Yeah, no, exactly, Meowser. You're right. Okay. Oh, really? Wait, he actually did that? He actually. Ew. Wait. So wait, he rubbed his. What is wrong with him? Off camera is garbage all the time. I'm sorry, guys. Guys, I know. I'm sorry. I don't like doing the drama slot, but I gotta look this up. What? 1 second. 1 second. Asmongold. You said garbage dump? I've seen the thing with the cockroach. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, ew. Wait a minute. Is this his room? Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, well, that gives a whole new meaning to all of this shit. Oh my God. Yeah, he's got me in the algorithm death spiral. My apologies. Oh my God. There's a dead rotting rat. Ew, this is so nasty. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Yeah. All right. That's kind of weird. I got to admit. There might be a mental health issue going on there. Okay. You know what? We don't need to see the rest of this, but dear God. Okay. Well, I believe you all now. Drinking water? What state is he from? In your groove. The dead rat smell alarm clock? What the hell is that? Guys, you're yelling, you're telling me so much. I'm having a hell of a time. Sorry, keeping up with what everyone's saying. So if I'm not seeing what you're saying, forgive me. Guess what? So he's from Texas. Interesting. Look up the video of him drinking water. Video of Asmongold drinking water. He had maggots in the food he was eating?
I love how much I can bundle and save on insurance at Liberty Bibbity.
And I love that you love.
What?
That's better. Wow. Who the fuck drinks this shit? Yeah, just okay. All right, we're gonna water to the first one, okay, guys? Alrighty. And
Why? Question. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm getting way too into this. I'll stop after this. I promise. I promise. I promise I will stop after this. I'm fascinated. But why are there a bunch of A1 bottles? Yeah. Thank you. Why does he have? I count 1, 2, 3 A1 bottles over here. I think he can only really need one. All right.
and there we go.
Anyway,
I think that's way enough. Maybe a little bit more.
he doesn't know how to drink water.
Okay,
I'm very
that's
confused.
plenty. That's plenty. That's too much? No, it didn't drown the plant, man.
I'm very confused. Okay, I don't know. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna stop now. You said he eats $2 steak. Ooh, okay, that's great. Cover a maggot taste. Ooh, yum, yum. Okay, you know what? We'll stop there. That's weird. I know. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for exposing me to the lore. I'm gonna do some research. Did you see my dead rat explanation? No, I did not. Invalid axiom. There was a dead rat. What do you mean?
My teeth would just bleed
Okay, fine. I'll watch this one real fast.
overnight. They would just always be slowly bleeding. And I would wake up in the morning and there'd be
Ew,
like
that's gross
dried
about
blood
accident.
in my mouth. And then I would just take it and I would just like, kind of like how they do with tobacco. And I would just like get it all out of my mouth and I just put it on the wall. I just put it on the wall. That was it.
Why? Why don't you just get a tissue or some shit? Like, you don't even have to. Okay. Why do we? All right. I don't. Oh, Nurgle. Oh my God, Meowser, you're right. He is an avatar of Nurgle. You're absolutely right. Okay. Yeah, Nurgle is very happy. This is, yeah, his filth is his strength. This is like, he must be an avatar of Nurgle. Oh my goodness. Okay. No, Sam, I mean, he should rub his bleed, like, if he's wiping off his bleeding gums, wipe it onto a tissue or something, right? Like, I don't know why you have to wipe it on a wall. Like, there's other things you should do. But, okay, sorry, Outer Signal. Like, yeah, the great unclean one. That's, yeah, and also, why are his, you know what? I don't need to. Yeah, we need a palate cleanser. Forgive me. Yeah, that would help work too, Sam. All right, anyway, that's gross. That's really disgusting. Thank you all for disgusting me. Let's do a palate cleanser. Of course, Louise, I don't know if I have any palate cleansers, unfortunately, ready or lined up, but that's disgusting. Thank you, everyone, for exposing me to the disgusting lore, all right? This, you know what? I, like, really want to brush my teeth now. Like, I literally am having, like, this impulse to brush my teeth. I might brush my teeth right now. After watching that, I feel gross. Okay, you know? All right, anyway. So, he's a multimillionaire. You should go, yeah, just go to the dentist, right? Okay, he's a neo-Nazi. Great. All right, that's disgusting. Okay, so let's see what else we can do here, guys. I could brush my teeth with A1 sauce. Disgusting. All right, let's thank you all. That was cute. I loved that. That was very cute. Okay, stop. We already saw this. We don't need to see it again. I'm just trying to go back to my ugh. All right, enough of the drama slop. That was weird. I don't know if is that drama slop. I don't know. I don't know what drama slop is. I just hear about it. Okay. Let's go on here. Let's see what else we can watch. Oh God, that's so gross. I'm gonna go puke. All right. Afro Man. Da, na, 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 na. No, let's see here. You know what? Let's watch this. This is the natural Twitch evolution. Okay, let's watch it. This is a short little video. I know you guys need to teach me more about this shit. Let's no, Jonas, we haven't yet. Okay, let's just watch this real fast. This is called, I decided it'd be kind of interesting. This guy lived outside of the United States for many years. I think he moved to where was he living? I think he was living in, I don't know where he was living, but he wasn't living in the US, and then he moved back to the United States after 15 years, and he had culture shock. Okay. Really, Linux? Oh God, good luck for you there. Okay. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, Linux, but Jesus. All right. So let's watch this. And he moves back to the US and he talks about the culture shock of living in the US. All right. So let's see what he has to say about living in the US just for shits and giggles. Okay, everyone ready for this? All right. Let's watch.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to today's just going to be a conversation, a vlog. Just want to be talking about some of the things that I've noticed. A little bit about me. Most of my life, or adult life, let's say that, I've lived abroad and have been abroad for about probably the past 14 years, where I lived in Europe, in the Middle East, Japan,
okay,
and
so
back to Europe. And then my wife's British, and right around 2023, we decided to move back to the U.S. So I've been here for about 18 months.
I don't blame you in Valadax.
Yeah, it's been a huge culture shock since moving back.
He's in California.
And I just want to highlight some of the things that, as an American who's lived most of my adult life overseas, have just noticed since coming back. The number one thing that I've noticed is just, first of all, it seems like
Jonas, we've always known there was something wrong with you. Okay.
When it comes to, I mean, obviously this is the major thing that people like to talk about, and that's healthcare, and the healthcare system is just so confusing here. When I was overseas in different places of the world,
I really want to brush my teeth.
Everything
anyway.
made a bit more sense, and
yeah, you think
it was pretty straightforward. You paid your insurance, or you had national insurance, and you went into the hospital or to the doctor, and the insurance covered it. Same was that happened obviously with the UK with the national health insurance. In Austria, Japan has a little bit of a subsidized system, but still you pay a little bit out of pocket, but it was like $30. And then Jordan was pretty straightforward as well. Coming back to America, nightmare. They take hundreds of dollars out of your pay account. I'm a teacher, so I get pretty good health care benefits. But even then,
do you
know, if you have a serious
where the hell does he live?
problem,
I'm sorry. What? You're a teacher and you get good health benefits? Like, where are you working for? Like, what the fuck? Where are you living? Dear God, let me work there.
You're still paying money when you go.
I'm pissed off now. I'm jealous.
To the when you go to the doctor, and that's just so weird to me. And my wife makes a joke, and she says that it's not health insurance; it's a health coupon.
Oh,
so
it's
when you
true.
go
it is a health coupon.
to the doctor, you're not actually, insured. You just get a nice little 50% off coupon that you hand over to the doctor. But nevertheless, I mean, obviously healthcare is talked about ad nauseum in this country, but that's a nightmare. And that's something that I was not prepared for when it comes to moving back to the US.
Ah, okay, LA.
I guess the second thing is just, I guess the food quality is the biggest thing for me I mean, we'll buy a loaf of bread, and that bread will be literally in the cupboard for weeks, at least 2 weeks. And you look at the bread and it's not moldy. And everywhere we've lived over the past 15 years, things go out of date really, really fast. And I don't know what type of
because, guys, we have goddamn preservatives in everything. Everything has preservatives in the United States. Jesus, I don't know why we don't just start adding formaldehyde to everything. Dear God, like everything is goddamn preserved for greater shelf life so that companies can, make more money off of it and make sure it actually sells. Right.
chemicals we put into the bread or into the food that make it last for as long as it does.
Yeah, in your groove.
But it's something that makes me think, like, what
That's
on
for
earth
sure,
are we
Jonas.
eating? What are we eating? And
you're right. If you like looking snow leopard, you're not wrong. There might already be formaldehyde and shit. Okay. Yeah, look, so the thing about teachers is that they don't work for the federal government. They work for local and state governments. So a lot of times it depends on the school district, but they don't always get the best health insurance. I often, and by the way, a lot of teachers work for charter schools and for private schools that don't have very good health insurance anyway, because they don't have to follow the same rules. But yeah, so I guess maybe public health. I've worked at public schools. I guess the healthcare was a little bit better there, but it's still not great. It's still a coupon type deal. Yeah.
Notice this, not just with bread, but with so many different types of foods.
Yeah,
Another thing,
yes, that is true. Philly cheese, if it's a unionized district, they might get better health care.
that I've noticed since moving back is just the polarization with the politics. And like when we lived in the UK, I mean, obviously you have your political parties, but no one really identifies with the political party that they're associated with unless you're just like some hard right-wing or left-wing person. But here, it's just so different. We treat our politics, honestly, as if they're football teams. And, oh, I'm Team Republican or I'm Team Democrat. And people not wanting to work together.
Now, I will say he is overgeneralizing there. I think most of us on this stream don't view it that way, right? I don't think most of us are rooting for either team, right? We're kind of in our own little, we're like the Cleveland Browns. We like always lose. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a good sports metaphor for this. Regardless, like, yeah, a lot of like standard Dems and Republicans are like team blue, team red, but I've noticed a lot of Americans today don't do that. Maybe it's just because of the crowd I'm around. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah,
And,
exactly. I'm rooting for the working class. How dare you, Jonas? How dare you say that I'm a Dem? Okay.
people like literally
Is it?
judge
Oh, good, Dolly Boy. Thank you. Cleveland Browns is a good analogy. I'm so proud of myself. Thank you, Dolly Boy. You get a boop for that. Boop.
each other based off of your political affiliation. And that's crazy. Like, this is not normal. And it's crazy because people don't see it, or maybe they do, but this is something that really sticks out to me and really kind of blows my mind. And I don't know 15 years ago if it was like this. Maybe I was too young to even care. But it is something that I most certainly notice now, and it is shocking. Another key thing that I've noticed, like right.
How dare you, Sam, saying I'm a Pete stan? Sam, you get a bonk. Bonk! Shame on you. Shame on you. Also, Invalid Axiom, you get a bonk. Bonk, because I'm mad. Shame on you, Invalid Axiom, for saying I shouldn't have given a boop for a Browns reference. Whatever.
Right away. And that is advertisements. Everything in this country is for sale. Everything.
Oh my God, yes,
and
it is.
And that's shocking to me. I mean, I had read a report that we're advertised in this country, at least we see on average 2,000 to 3,000 advertisements a day.
Of course, Sylvie.
And
Sylvie says, I try to tell people it's not Republican versus Democrat, and then I get called a crazy lefty. Of course you do, Sylvie, and I'm sure it's Democrats and Republicans who call you that, right? Technically, we all know it's the working class against the elites, right? That's sort of what we should do. Yay, but of course you can't say that. You can't say that. Both both liberal Dems and Republicans. Oh, anyway, we'll come after you for that. All right.
Leave it. Everything. And I mean, I love American football, and I watch it with my buddies, and
I know, Jonas, because that's what they're for.
Watch a game of football without seeing. It feels like hundreds of advertisement. Obviously the commercials, but also like this field goal was brought to you by Allstate. Like the Allstate pylon cam.
Yes, Dolly boy.
Everything is an advertisement. And living abroad and living overseas has made me like hypersensitive to it. I see it all the time.
Oh my God, I know.
It absolutely drives me.
Guys, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I am one of those people that if I were to get a streaming service, I can't. This makes it sound like I'm rich. I am not. But this shows you how desperate it makes me. It's a pet peeve of mine, and it's one of the things that's always bothered me since I was a kid, ads. I feel like my life is slipping away when I have to watch ads. This is why it drives me crazy when people will watch the Super Bowl just to watch the ads. I'm like, why would anyone want to watch anything just for ads? I do not want to see ads. It's like mind control. I mean, it's not mind control. They're trying to like it's propaganda, and like so like if I get a streaming service, I don't have many streaming services because I gotta limit it because I pay for the no ad version. I literally, if there's ads in something, I won't be able to watch it. I just cannot sit through the ads. I'd much rather sacrifice some of my income because I can't stand it. It's like, I don't know. It's like having to stare at propaganda all day. Yeah, like, all right. So I can't do it. Only for those who hate the subscription. Yeah, like, yeah, unless they're, yep, you're right. Exactly, Bacon. You're right. No TV commercials in the Soviet Union. Oh my God, please bring that here, right? They also had some great, cartoons and stuff over in the Soviet Union. They had some great stuff in the Soviet Union, right? I can't stand it. All right. Also, yeah, I know. Like, think about it, guys. You have to see ads when watching me, for God's sake, right? I hate that shit. Anyway, yeah, no, I get it, Doug. All right. The ads are insane. Yeah, I've heard that so I can control, so I have the ads on YouTube set to low, right? So like you get basically you get very low amount of ads, but I keep getting people tell me that you've been getting more ads on YouTube recently, which makes me think, really? Okay, it makes me think that YouTube has raised up the like the baseline of ads, because I had it on low for the longest time and people would barely even get ads, but now people are getting more. I wonder if it's because there's more people in here. I don't know. Okay.
Crazy. And I just
and guys, I want to point out, I don't even get money off ads. You know, like the most money I've ever gotten off ads on YouTube or Twitch is 10 cents. That's like the most I've ever gotten off ads is 10 cents on these streams. Like I get nothing. All right. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Dolly boy, thank you so much. Thank you for the contribution, Dolly boy. Good boy, Dolly boy. Dolly boy giving 400 bits. Thank you very much. Philly cheese, thank you. I'll hydrate. I know, that's what's stupid, guys. Like, I know that you guys are probably like, well, you know, I'll watch the ads because, you know, at least it gives Sam some revenue. I get nothing from it. I get nothing. Like, it's all just screwing all of you over and screwing me over. It's gonna make people, it's making people not watch me, right? And I don't know. Okay, I can guess it is, right? Anyway, I know I'm so greedy. 10 cents from ads. Yeah, most of the time it's 2 to 4 cents I get per stream for ads. That's why I'm always like begging you to like send donations, because that's how I get the money. I don't do it through ads, but like I need to figure out a way. Well, I'm gonna look into it. I think I can actually stop ads. I want to see if I can do that, but if there's anyway, I'll take a look into it. There might be other things to consider. I'll have to look at it. All right.
Feels like everything's for sale here. Like you see it.
Meowsard, have you tried not showering or brushing your teeth? I literally have a toothbrush right next to here, guys. Look at this shit. Because this morning I forgot to brush my teeth, and I'm like, shit, I have to start streaming. So while I was waiting, I started brushing my teeth because I don't miss brushing my teeth. I have a lot of pain in my teeth, so I can't afford to not brush my teeth, all right?
Constantly. And that's something that is really hard to really come to grips with. And I don't know what it's doing to our psychology of just constantly seeing these advertisements. But it is there. It is absolutely there.
Yeah.
Cost of living, massive issue. And I don't know if this is an American problem. I think the cost of living has just risen across the world, especially the Western world. I have friends in the UK who are struggling to make ends meet. But since moving back,
Philly cheese. Can I start giving chronically bad takes? Who says I don't already, Philly cheese? All right, and rubbing gum blood on your walls. Okay, you're right. There you go.
And extremely difficult to make ends meet, even with good salaries. Both my wife and I are teachers. Well, she's a principal.
You guys are bad.
And I teach psychology, and this is I taught politics abroad for 15 years. So, but even
this is not a public school. No way he's teaching politics abroad. That's not a class in public schools. He must be at a very high up private school.
With good salaries, it's still hard to make ends meet. And principals get paid well, so it's not like we're struggling on that regard.
Oh,
but
okay.
Every single month, it's just stressed out by the end of the month. Like, do we have enough? Like right now, stressed out. And I know there's things that we could do to make things a little bit easier, but this is the reality that we face. And this is just the unwanted stress that brings. And then you look at
that's
so
for sure.
many
Actually, Sam, that's an interesting point. Sam says he taught politics for 15 years and never noticed the divisiveness. Right? Jesus. EC94, welcome EC94. And EC94 says, I would like if Vance runs in 2028. He's so unlikable, it's like a free win. Maybe EC94? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would like that. I don't know. I would have to look. I don't know. I would have to look at what the polls are for JD Vance. I feel like he might be able to take on the MAGA crowd, or at least he might be able to get the MAGA crowd on his side, which would be dangerous. But I don't know. That's possible, EC94. But see, like, that's the thing, though, EC94. He's unlikable to you because you are probably a smart person who can see that he's horrible, right? But it certainly seems like a lot of Americans would not see that, okay? Would not see that. That is true, EC. You're right. Trump is entertaining. Okay, you know what? Maybe you're right, EC94. I'd have to think about it. That is an interesting take.
Foreseen cost, your insurance, car payments, healthcare, obviously. Food is outrageous expensive. It doesn't help that I live in California. Of all the places in this country to go to, California may be one of the worst when it comes to cost of living, especially housing. We do get this.
Well, Alyssa says, I feel like Trump is sacrificing the MAGA crowd anyway. Doesn't seem like he cares to keep them happy. Honestly, Alyssa, I think they all have a humiliation kink. I feel like Trump could like walk up and start spanking their wives in front of them, male MAGA people, or vice versa. I'm not trying to discriminate here. He could start spanking the husbands in front of the wives. It really could go either way. But my point is, like, he could do it in public. And they would still be like, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're the best. So I think it is possible that that is something that, that he could be as bad to them as possible, and they'll still blindly and obediently follow him.
but still, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah,
And I
Fox.
think one of the final things that I want to discuss about living abroad
They
for
do,
so long.
Paul Squaw.
and
They're like, yes, sir. May I have some more? As he's stomping on their faces with his boot. Yeah, exactly. 90% of MAGA is a cult. Like, I don't, kind of like, you know, the Branch Davidians and stuff. Like, David Koresh was molesting their kids and shit. And they're like, okay, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Like, you know.
Moving back is the culture shock.
Yeah, Philly
and this is
cheese.
where, you know, living abroad just changes how you think. You're exposed to so many different worldviews and cultures and mindsets. And even if you fight against it, you can't help but change the way you see the world. And it's exactly what's happened to me.
Exactly.
And moving
Sir
back,
Bartholomew.
I don't quite feel American, but I don't feel foreign either. And it's a really weird headspace to live in. I've heard it termed.
Oh, that's okay. You see, he has lived in a lot of places. He lived in Japan, the United Kingdom. He mentioned some other places too. He's lived all over the place. Let's put it that way. He lived in the Middle East a little bit, he said. Yeah.
Third culture. To where you don't quite fit in anywhere.
Yeah, Sam.
And yeah, I've had a
Jordan.
wonderful opportunity and wonderful experiences, but adjusting to this culture, it's just been harder than I thought. I thought I was going to be able to get back into the U.S. and pick up where things left off 15 years ago. And I know that was silly and naive, but it has been quite the challenge, to say the least.
I'm actually surprised he's... Yeah, right. Me too, EC. I can kind of hear he has a little bit of an accent. Well, okay. Anyway.
The intent of this video is not to badmouth or smash the U.S. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Oh, why not, though? Let's be... I mean, I don't blame you if you do. That's what we do in here, right?
I just want to share my experiences of moving back home after being abroad for so long. There's wonderful things, and it's hard to complain when you live here in California. I mean, look at the sunshine. Half the country right now is getting blasted with snow, rain, and ice, and I'm walking around in just a hoodie and a little vest, and
there you go, in
beautiful sunshine. I mean, life's pretty good, but still, I just didn't know I would experience so many challenges of being back in the U.S. And
no, you're right, Sir Bart. I was thinking like he's probably adding all this because he knows he's going to get harassed. Like sometimes I feel I do that too. I'll be like, I'm not saying this or I'm not saying that because I know immediately I'm going to get harassed because there are now mobs of online people who are basically in line with the fascist dictatorship and who will intimidate you and try and make you shut up. Right.
The culture shock.
Yeah, in your group.
Hopefully I adjust. I know this takes time, but
that's interesting. That was an interesting cut. Did you see that? There, like he was walking. They cut the video and then this was added at the end. It's like he didn't want to end on a negative.
Proof is in the pudding. Let's see. Let me know what you think. If you've lived abroad and moved back, what were some of the challenges that you experienced? Can you relate?
Harassment?
Are there different challenges? Did you jump back in smoothly? And did you want to go back out again? Because that's the question I'm constantly asking myself is, should we move back abroad?
Yeah.
Especially the way things are going now. But I won't go into that. But yeah, let me know.
I won't go into that. Just say it, bro.
Let's build this community of people who kind of find themselves in between places and don't really belong anywhere. Live this nomadic lifestyle.
Wait a minute, guys. It looks like, oh my God, it's the Ku Klux Klan. What is this video? Inside America's most racist town. That's lovely. So he looked like the next video on that guy's channel. It appears as though he's now moved to China. All right. Yeah, it is. Especially the way things are going now is ego-preserving language. That's for sure, LaGuardia. All right. Okay, guys. Yeah, right. Good for him. I am going to go use the restroom because, as you know, guys, I have a bladder the size of a peanut. So, give me right, exact. Yeah, you see. Give me a moment, folks. Give me pee time. Yay. By the way, EC94, you get a boop. Boop. Welcome to the streams, EC94. Glad to have a new body in here. Oh, that sounded gross. Glad to have a new person in here for me to harass. So glad for it. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. By the way, guys, I'm trying to get to 300 followers on Twitch. That is like my next goal. So we have to let's try and spread the word. We're almost there. We're like, what, 10 away? I don't know. We're a few away, okay? Let's spread the word. I'll be right back. I've got to urinate. as one might say. Give me half a second here, a little more than half a second actually, because I got it, and I'm like literally about to pee my pants, but I have to pull up Monster Cat. So give me a second here. Oh my god, it's all right. I'll be right back. Yay!
On a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. Just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life.
Okay, 1 second, folks. I'm gonna quickly change my shirt because I'm getting kind of hot in here. So give me 1 second. All right, guys, I'm back. Hello. I just need to. Ugh. I need to put my. I knocked off my necklace and I think I broke it. It's so sad. Okay, I'm gonna try and put it back on. Hopefully, I didn't break it too much. How's everyone doing out there? We having a great day? Great Monday? How's the weather everywhere? Well, you're all from around the world, so never mind. It's kind of irrelevant. All right, it won't really tell us anything. I'm being very Midwestern, but sorry for showing you my armpits, by the way. I know I apologize too much, but I'm sorry about that. You know what, Sam? Screw you. Screw you. I don't care if I look like Grimace. All right, God damn it. This thing is so hard to. There we go. Okay. Oh, better. All right. There we go. Okay, guys. Oh, I feel so much more comfortable. Yesterday was 90. Yeah, I know. It's like we're living in a goddamn. There's going to be a massive heat wave, by the way. I don't know if you guys heard, but like there's going to be a massive heat wave with temperatures like in the 90s and shit, hundreds. Yeah, it's a mess. So it's going to be record breaking for March. Someone posted about it. I think it was Fox Emblem posted about it in the Discord. So that's good. We're going to have a whole bunch of problems. Whole bunch of problems. You know, the world's just falling apart. Zero problem. Have you had a cannibal sandwich? I think it's a Midwestern thing. I don't know. I haven't, Sam. I have not. What's a cannibal sandwich? Super excited for El Nino, right, Meowzord? Yay, El Nino. I don't remember which one that is. I know, Meowzord, there's like El Nino and La Nina, and there's all these different things. I don't know what they are, whatever. I'm not a meteorologist, but I'm sure it's probably a good thing, right? El Nino is probably a good thing, right? I don't know, but I know what you mean. Okay, so guys, let's go on here. It's raw beef on bread with onions. Oh God, no, I've never had that, Sam. Ugh, no, thank you. Thank you, Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob explains that the cannibal sandwich is you put slices of human flesh in between bread with mayo and lettuce and onion and toss it with oil vinegar. You know what's funny about this? Guys, little side note here. I recently read about a guy, a serial killer. I know this is a really weird way to start a conversation, who like killed 30 some people. And only after he was found guilty and then put in prison for life did it come out that he had made a living. He had set up a barbecue stand and sold barbecue pork. And it turns out that they could never find a lot of the bodies because he was literally feeding them to people. Anyway, so the next time you see a, barbecue stand on the side of the road, just be aware. You never know what you're being fed. And that traumatized me. Yeah, it is kind of brilliant, Meowser. Like he only got caught. He got caught for I can't remember why. Yeah, it's at least a smart way to do it. That's a way to get rid of the body, right? It just kind of. Anyway, because apparently it tastes a lot. You mean he was served? You know an invalid axiom, because apparently pork tastes a lot like human flesh. What am I talking about? Why? Yeah, don't go to the soylent green. There you go, LaQuois. Anyway, but like, I don't know why I'm talking about cannibalism. There was actually this group, by the way, in Indonesia. This local cultural group. I don't remember what they were called. That lived up in the highlands of Indonesia, and they would engage in cannibalism. They would eat bodies, dead bodies. After someone had died, they would eat some of the flesh of the dead body as a way of sort of absorbing their spiritual strength. And they started the exactly Philly cheese. And what ended up happening is that just like mad cow disease, if you do that, if you eat the nervous system of a dead human, you can spread very dangerous prions or prions to your own brain that will eat your brain matter and eventually kill you and make you you'd get something that's like mad cow disease, okay, and you die. And so anthropologists ended up deciding to invent a form of tofu that tasted like human flesh. And guys, don't quote me on this. It was a long time ago when I learned about this, so so I don't even know what source to give you on this, but some anthropologists invented a form of tofu that tasted like human flesh, so that these folks could still could symbolically eat human flesh without spreading prion disease. Okay. Anyway, right, Philly cheese. Okay. Yeah, prion maxing. Right. Don't want to prion max, guys. Really gross shit there. Don't want to do that. Yeah. Thank you, JD. Thank you very much, Macon. Okay. Lois, like the old royal doll story of the woman who murdered her husband with a frozen leg of lamb or pork and then proceeded to roast the thawed leg. Yeah, exactly, Louise. Yeah, thank you, Macon. Yeah, I know, right? Don't eat booties, okay, either. But I mean, I don't actually mean that. I mean literally don't eat booty, but there's other ways to. Anyway, moving on. I'm not gonna go down that. I'm not gonna go down that route. So okay. There is also Ed Gein. Anyone ever hear of Ed Gein? He was the guy that the Psycho was based off of, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based off of, and a bunch. And by the way, some other things too. This man doesn't go down right. Yeah, okay. And this is the last story I'll tell you. Right, I heard this. It might be anecdotal, but at Ed Gein's trial, at Ed Gein's trial, he used to bring his neighbor venison. So he used to bring over to his neighbor these big bags of venison. And then he would tell his neighbor how he had hunted deer and he wanted to bring him some free venison. And the neighbor always said was like, yeah, Hannibal Lecter is also based off him somewhat. Okay. And during his trial, his neighbor was actually defending him and saying, you know, oh, he was a really nice guy. He used to bring me venison. Well, when Ed Gein was on the witness stand, he was asked, like, did you bring your neighbor venison? And he looked straight at his neighbor and he said, I've never hunted a deer in my whole life. That wasn't venison. He was feeding the neighbor. Anyway, moving on. So, okay. I won't go too much into that story. I know a guy who used to announce when he was and grew up. Ew. Oh, that's gross, weird amorphous blob. I don't know if I want to say that out loud. I'll let people read that themselves. You knew a guy who used to announce to us when he was doing that, and then I would kind of stay away from that. Um, okay. Because Sam, he was very mentally ill. Okay. Ed Gein actually ended up not going to a prison. He ended up going to a psychiatric facility. The man was very deeply disturbed. So he was kind of blunt about everything he had done. Yeah, I don't want to say you should feel sorry for Ed Gein, but he really was he had something going on in his head. If you look at some of the stuff he did, and how blunt he was about it and stuff, he didn't, yeah. And at the time, him being sent to a psychiatric hospital was very rare. So even people at the time are like, oh, that's not great. Yes, Sam, it almost certainly, it probably was, Sam, but it was still considered not as bad at the time. Okay. Anyway. So anyway, moving on. So anyway, you know what? I'm sorry. I'll stop talking about serial killers. I don't think that's why you all are here, right? I can rant about various topics, about various things. You know, who cares? All right, let's see what else there is. Let me see what else we got to do, guys. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I do remember seeing something that I thought would be interesting for us to watch. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. I thought someone posted something that I thought was interesting. La da 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 da. Where did I see this shit? Oh my god, there's so many. Oh. Why can't I find half the things I always want? How do we defeat? Oh. Oh, this is nice. Okay, you know what? We'll see how long this is. This was sent to us by
What is
Oz.
this war on Iran and Lebanon?
Oh, god damn it, it's way too long. Okay, you know what? I'll find something else to watch. Let me find something else to watch here. You know what? You know what we should do? Oh, actually, I wanted to watch this. I'm sorry. Okay. So here's another story that I forgot to mention. I forgot to mention this story. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. He has planned content. We're here for the tangents, not the planned content. You know the CR. Don't pretend. He has planned content. Screw you, Dolly Boy. I have planned content. Damn you. All right. Damn you to hell, Dolly Boy. All right. I gave you a whole talk on the goddamn Modoc War. Screw you. All right. Yes, I know I go on tangents and shit. Casual long way gazing. Screw you, Pole Squaw. You know what? I need to hand out some bonks. Whatever. So let me brief story here. Let's watch this. So there is something going on in the Supreme Court. All right, there is something going on in the Supreme Court right now in regards to what was I going to say here? So there is a case being in front of the Supreme Court about mail-in ballots, right? Because you know the Trump administration is trying to limit the use of mail-in ballots. So this is going on now. This is just a brief summary of what's happening. I just want you guys to hear the story so that you know what's going on, because you know Trump is going to try and rig the next elections if they haven't already, he and the Republicans. Okay. Invalid axiom. Mail-in ballots. Okay. Mail-in ballots, not mail-in balance. Mail-in ballots. Okay. Do you understand? Invalid axiom. Okay. I know you always like to talk about males, even though you're like a straight guy or whatever, but still, okay. All right.
The U.S. Supreme Court. The question right now at the United States Supreme Court is this. Does federal law bar states from counting those mail-in ballots that are postmarked by Election Day, but received after Election Day? So there's a little bit of a gray area there. Justices on the High Court hearing those arguments for and against today. And CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson listening in on
We're
the
all
arguments.
fucked.
Jessica, walk us through the
Yeah, LaGuardia says, I'm sure SCOTUS will make the right decision, right? I'm sure they will. Zero problems there, I'm sure.
Arguments, friend.
So I think you laid out the case very well. We have a federal law that says Election Day is the Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Okay, so we have Election Day, federal law. We know that if federal law conflicts with a state law, federal law wins. The question is whether or not that definition of Election Day really does conflict with states that allow, as Mississippi does, as California does, as New York does, as more than a dozen states do, for you to postmark, have your ballot postmarked.
You guys, someone tell me in the chat, what groups of people does this impact the most if you limit mail-in ballots? Tell me. You all know it. Come on. You all know it. Let me know in chat. Just tell me. Just list some of the groups in chat.
Election Day, but then received within a grace period.
And so
what we heard the justices really spend 2 hours
correct in your groove, the poor, the busy,
arguing about today is there in fact a conflict between that
Asmongold, dear God,
law that defines Election Day as a specific
people that work
day,
on Tuesdays, there
and
you
then
go.
State laws that say, sure, you have to have your ballot postmarked by that day, but not received until sometimes it's 5 days, sometimes it's 6 days, some grace period later.
Well, and we're talking about the voting public, but also the tax-paying public has a similar message. If
you disgust me.
Right, that you have to have...
Get back to your doghouse, Dolly Boy. No, not strippers, Sam. Guys, you know it. Exactly. Working class people, people with disabilities, black folks, brown folks, all right? Also, younger folks. Younger folks are more likely to vote via ballot. It's typically older, whiter folks that go straight into the ballot. I mean, brings ballots in, which means it's mainly conservatives in theory. A lot of older conservative voters that like to go in person. Okay. So, I mean, it's obviously, of course, but Jonas, we're never going to do that. Jonas, you think we're rational here in America? I mean, come on, Jonas. Guys, look at what Jonas is suggesting. Give them all the day off then. Jonas, come on. We have to slave away. We can't have a national day off for voting. Are you crazy? Jesus, the capitalist overlords don't want to allow that. God, everyone look at Jonas here. Jesus, what is he talking about? All right. You're not American enough, Jonas, obviously. Okay, yeah, let's not go crazy, Jonas.
Your tax return filed and posted by a certain day, but that doesn't mean that Uncle Sam gets it on that specific day. As you listen to these justices ask the questions,
hey, Sam,
the questions reveal anything as to where they're leaning?
That's
Jessica?
basically me.
So I think we have the three liberal justices being very comfortable with Mississippi's law and other laws that indicate that, in fact, you can have this grace period. And those justices were saying, if Congress
why am I holding my
wasn't
toothbrush? I don't know.
Then
because I need my stick, not my toothbrush.
Specifically saying Election Day means that you submit your vote and that your vote is received by a specific person, like an election official, by that day. And they haven't done that, so that means there's no conflict. Then I think on the conservative side, you heard a lot of concern about the potential slippery slope. Well, does this mean that you could say that ballots can be turned in until the time you have to certify either the presidential vote or you have to seat members of Congress? A lot of the conservatives worried about this kind of, well, where is the limiting principle here? And so if I had to guess, I think we have an evenly divided court, and it all is going to come down to, I think, Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who had tough questions for both sides.
All right, Jessica Levinson listening in, and now we wait. Good to talk to you.
So, okay, isn't that cute? Isn't that great? I'm joking, right, Jonas? Of course, Jonas knows I'm joking. Jonas says I wasn't aware of how extreme I was being. I apologize. Yeah, Jonas, I know you just don't like our freedom and democracy over here, Jonas. Clearly, okay. God, I hate this country. Okay, you go back to your toothbrush. It's very jester-like. What do you mean? You want me to hold my toothbrush? I feel like that's kind of smacking Asmongold in the face, which I don't want to do because I don't want to have to wash my hands right now. Okay, in your groove, if they want to do this election day BS, make it a national holiday already. Yeah, I mean, but come on, in your groove. You're a radical. You can't suggest that. Okay, you can't suggest that. All right. Yeah, I mean, agree, Oxpecker. I never like ending sentences with the words both sides. You're right. All right. So yeah, we need mass disenfranchisement. Not of the type they're suggesting, though. Am I right? Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Yeah, and I agree. Petition to use a giant toothbrush as a scepter and then be the anti-Asmongold. All right. Yeah, toothbrush as a talisman against Asmongold. All right. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. They should make election day on Easter Sunday so less evangelicals worry. Yeah, that'd be a good way of doing it. So obviously, guys, as I've said, I'm going to repeat myself just to emphasize. You do know we don't actually have a democracy in the United States, right? Like, you do know that. Like, it's pretty obvious. It's an oligarchy. And it's not really a democracy. We certainly don't get our needs met. That's just a fact. It's not a democracy. I've told you. I know we like to LORP like it's a goddamn democracy, but it's not. And, all the statistics show it. I even showed you that study from Princeton that showed that only the top 10% of the nation ever gets what they want, and the bottom 90% only gets what they want if the top 10% gets what they want. Therefore, it's an oligarchy of a few select people. I know. Sorry, Andrew Groove. I know all of you are shocked about that, but we are not functionally a democracy, right? We can call ourselves a democracy all day long, but if the word democracy means rule by the people, and the people certainly don't control the country, we don't control the country, do we? Right? We are forced. Exactly, Jonas. Well, it's not a democracy, it's a republic, which I love when conservatives say that. Okay. Okay. I know, invalid axiom. So just to be clear, and so I do think it's funny. I know this is dark of me to say. I do think it's funny when there you go, Jonas. I do think it's really funny when liberals will yell about Trump dismantling our democracy. And okay, I support them in this. You know I do. I want it to be as democratic as possible. But it's also like, you do know that we need more than just stopping Trump. We need major reforms because before Trump, we weren't democratic. He's making it worse, and he's turning it from an oligarchy into an authoritarian dictatorship, basically. But can we also, instead of just fighting Trump, can we also do major reforms? Right? I would love that. That'd be nice. Yeah, and can we also get rid of the laws that basically equate bribery to free speech? That would be nice. I'm not a big fan of how we have legalized bribery in this country to where all of our elections are basically decided by who gets bribed the most. That is not a joke, by the way. Let me look up the statistic. It is something like percentage of people who win elections with most money. I can't type when I'm okay. With most money. All right, let's see here. Yeah. 91% of the time, the candidate that raises the most money wins. Now, I think it's probably more than that at this point, but even in the cases, guys, where the 8% of times where the candidate that raises less money wins, it's still a corporate candidate. You see what I mean? Let's say a Republican raises more than a Democrat, but then the Democrat wins. It's still a Democrat winning, and they're typically a corporatist. And if they're a progressive, they have no power anyway. So, yeah, again, it's not a democracy, and I know I sound dark when I say that. And by the way, I would rather have an oligarchy than an authoritarian fascist dictatorship, but still not great. All right. Yeah. It's just cosplay. And I know it's hard for me to say this because I like democracy. I want us to have more democratically controlled institutions, democratically controlled businesses, by the way. That'd be nice. Wouldn't that be nice if workers control businesses? I know I can't, I know that's crazy, and I'm a crazy commie for saying that. I know that I probably will never win that battle, but at least can we have a political democracy? That'd be nice. That'd be kind of cute. Can we at least do what we say? Like, can we be, we keep claiming to be the most democratic country on earth. Like, couldn't we have that? Yeah, right. Weird amorphous blob. I know. I'm a filthy socialist. LaQuas says CR loves mob rule. Yeah, I know, LaQuas. That's what the founding fathers would say. They would say CR loves, wants to promote agrarian reform. So we really ought to set up a Senate to stop CR from getting his way done. To prevent the too much democracy. Invalid axiom. If you don't start democracy in the workplace, the average person will never understand. Correct, invalid axiom. You are right. And that is not true. I'm sorry. It is what you're saying is true, invalid axiom. Let me explain something, guys. If you have and invalid axiom, I'm glad you brought this up. If we have democracy in the workplace, can you imagine how much more democratically people would think out in the real world? Remember what I said to you about culture. We talked about cultural materialism. Your economic system creates the way you think. It creates the superstructure and culture of the society. If our economic system is democratically based, where people go to work every day and engage in democratic processes to make decisions, can you imagine the kind of political culture and intellectual culture and the kind of cultural values that will be created from that? We would have a society based around democratic economic things, and therefore our superstructure would become much more democratic. I mean, just imagine it, folks. Just imagine it. Okay. At this point, guys, when you have a capitalist mode of production, which is fundamentally authoritarian, the kind of culture that produces is going to be fundamentally authoritarian. It's going to be, every private tyrant is more important than any individual. And you're going to create a culture that loves every private tyrant over the individual. Okay. Okay, if you don't want the workers to be personally invested in the work, then how will they be alienated? Right, there you go. Okay. Okay, start up a business that's a co-op. I agree, Sasha. That's what a co-op is. Now, God, what do you mean? We saw libertarian freedom in Chile, right? Weird amorphous blog. Yeah, I gotta love Pinochet. All right. Yeah, I feel like sales-based roles are basically pyramid schemes. You make them tons. Absolutely, Jonas. That is the foundation of capitalism, is that you are not paid the value of your labor. You put out more labor than you're paid for, and that's how they profit off of you. That's how the businesses profit off of you. If they paid you what you were worth, okay, you guys get my point, right? Also, can I also point out that it would be much more efficient? Let's say, so if you are like working for Kroger or some grocery store that you don't own, you don't make any decisions about, you don't decide what your wages are, does that make you motivated to work very hard? Like, if you don't actually have any say in the workplace and you're just there to get a salary and you have no power, are you going to work very hard? You see what I mean? Now then, let me replace that with the idea that you actually own the business that you work at. You get to make decisions with your fellow employees. However much money you all make together, you all get to decide collectively then what to do with it. So that means you get to make more money yourself if that's what you all decide. Don't you think that'd make you more invested in the business you're working at, and you might work harder, and it might actually be more efficient for the success of the company or the success of the enterprise if you actually felt invested and owned the company? You see what I mean? So not only is it just better in terms of like fairness, in terms of and like liberty and having a say in your workplace, it also will make people want to work harder. And I'm not one of those people that's like, work harder, woo. But like, I think that's good for people if they feel motivated to work and they like what they're doing enough that they do. Okay. So, all right. That's great. Okay. All right. Sasha Khan. So go ahead and start a business, Sam. What do you mean by that, Sasha Khan? Why are you guys actually know that I'm going to, if I get successful, I've told you guys, if I get successful enough to survive, I'm going to turn my channel into a co-op. Absolutely. Okay. I'm not sure, Sasha Khan, why are you saying that to me? Do you not agree with the idea of socialist companies? Sasha Khan, do you not agree with the idea of co-ops? Right. So companies shouldn't just be beholden to fiduciary duty. Labor should be shareholders. Yes, exactly. Correct. Outer signal. And Okay, but only if I get majority. Okay. Anyway, but all right, you guys get my point. You guys get my point. So I don't know if we have that sort of system. Okay, you agree with all sorts of biz types. So Sasha, it's okay. You don't have to be a a socialist to be in here or anything. I'm just curious. Okay. Um. All right. So I know you're all like, he's a petite bourgeois. He's a petite bourgeois. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Petite bourgeois is better than capitalist. Okay. Whatever. Okay. And you know what? Weird amorphous blob. I'm gonna ask weird amorphous blob, and it might be that I am petite bourgeois. Am I technically petite bourgeois according to Marx? I always get these things confused. Um. If you knew me, you'd kill me. No, I wouldn't, Sasha. Why? I would never kill you. Okay. I'm not that way, Sasha Khan, but it's okay. You can be at him. I like you can be a capitalist and stuff. It's fine, but I would never kill anyone. All right. I'm not that kind of guy. All right. Uh, so I don't. I might be petit bourgeois. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not a capitalist, so screw you. Okay. God damn it. You're supposed to lie for me, Weird Marvel's Love. Okay, fine. I'm petite bourgeois. All right. Anyway, so are you transitional working class? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I get all this shit mixed up. Whatever the point is, you got Das Capital. Ooh, cool, Sasha. So I will say, like, you know, I don't exploit anyone's labor though. That's what's important, guys. And I'm gonna eventually make a co-op if I get rich, which I won't. So I probably won't create a co-op, but maybe I will. Who knows? Okay, so all right. So or not get rich if I get enough to survive. Let's put it that way. All right, for the long term. Okay, he just wants you here so he can make you a filthy commie. That's correct. That is correct. I will gladly make you all a filthy bunch of filthy commies. Okay, I'm done. I'm done rambling. I'm sorry. Whatever. Okay, can we actually have a real democracy? That's that in conclusion, folks. Let me go back to the start. Let me go back to the beginning of this circle. We need a real democracy. We are not a real democracy. I need to concentrate on survival. I am Sasha Khan. For now, I'm going to concentrate on survival, and then as soon as I'm not, I no longer need to. I will make it a co-op. He wants to make you an Asmongold com. Okay. All right. So Sasha Khan, you need to join our Discord so I can chat with you because I know you live like really close to me. Apparently. All right. Anyway, we don't have to. You don't have to if you don't want to, Sasha Khan. Not like I'm trying to be parasocial here. I'm just curious. I know you live somewhat near me. Anyway, the weird amorphous blob. The way Marx teach Pidgeep is more like a exactly. You're right. It's not like a moral blight. Okay. Use what's IRC? I don't like Discord. Use IRC. What's IRC? Forgive me. I don't know what that is. Anyway. Okay. What was I saying? I don't know. I've lost my internet relay chat. Oh, what's internet? Guys, I'm so stupid. What's internet relay chat? What is internet relay chat? Would someone tell me? Am I a fool? What the hell is internet? What is internet relay chat? All of you people. Oh, old protocol. It's what the cool kids knows now. What is this? I don't know. I'm ignorant about tech and stuff. All right. I'm 36 years old. I'm an old man. I don't know what half this shit. Okay. I'm kind of exaggerating, but all right. Sure. We can do that, Sasha Khan. I don't know how to do it though. I don't know how the hell to do that. But anyway, well, sure. We can figure it out. Okay. Sasha Khan. It's been around a long time. Okay. Is there like, how do I do? You know what? We'll figure it out, Sasha Khan. We'll figure it out. All right. Whatever. Screw it. I don't get it. All right. It's fine. Okay. Anyway, guys, so what am I rambling about? Yes, we need a real democracy. Moving on. Let's see what else. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. But Sasha Khan, if you should send me an email, jestercircus1@gmail.com and let me know how to use relay chat. That'd be lovely. Okay. All right. Oh God, invalid axiom, back up. Don't encourage Sasha Khan, okay? Yeah, so LaGuardia says, Chuck Schumer says no real democracy. Sorry. God. Anyway, I just really wish. I know, I'm kind of, I'm going to put my face up. Where's my face? Laugh at the boomer. Screw you, Sam. All right? Screw you. All right. What was I gonna say here, guys? Oh, yes. Sam, where are you from, Sam? Are you in the UK? I'm like, look, I'm spying on all my community members now. Anyway, what was I gonna say? What time is it? It is 4:22. Okay, let's chat a little bit, folks. Let's chat a little bit. I know I just chat a little bit. I'm probably gonna get off here pretty soon, actually. Gen Z2, Washington. Oh, got you, Sam. Cool. Gen Z2 and older. Yeah, I'm in Buckeye Lake. Wait, I thought you said you were in North Linden. I'm very confused. It's okay. All right. Gen Z. Yes, I do know if Sasha Khan is that in North Linden? Is Buckeye Lake in North Linden? Anyway, Gen Z 2.0, an older Gen Alpha is looking for Discord. Oh, yeah. That's true. Okay. I got you, Sasha Khan. All right. But you said North Linden previously, didn't you? Well, it doesn't really matter. Okay. All right. But anyway, Sasha Khan, love having you around. You lived in 15 years ago. I got you, Sasha Khan. Okay, forgive me. All right, you guys. So, let's see here. What else we got? All right. Okay, any questions, folks? Anything you want to chat about? My brain is wandering aimlessly through the sands of time right now. Anything you want to chat about? Any questions? Do you have any questions about history, politics, personal questions? I don't give a shit. What do you want to talk about? Anything? Any questions? Let's chat about the sands of time. I don't know. Sand gets everywhere. It's very uncomfortable. I don't like the feel of sand on my feet. Sam says, no, since No Kings 2.0 protest coming up, what do you think of it? Oh, I forgot about that. When is that, by the way? When is the New Kings protest happening? Let's take a look at that. Is that that's happening soon, right? No Kings. Maybe I'll go to that. And what do I teach? So Oxpecker, I taught social studies. I taught history, sociology, psychology. I even taught some English. 28th? Okay, so guys, yeah, you can go to that. Guys, yeah, I don't think protests at this point are working very well, but it's still important to get out there and make yourself seen, etc. So yeah, go to a protest if you can. More like socialist studies. Yeah, right. Okay. That's for oh, really cool, Sasha Khan. That's awesome. Yeah. No, you're right, Sam. It does. No Kings is very liberal coded. I got to admit to you, No Kings is very liberal coded. But I want to point out, yeah, and I've said before, guys, the protest things aren't going to work unless the government overreacts and it gets caught on camera. Just walking around protesting clearly isn't having the effect that it isn't having much of an effect. Okay. That being said, if you have an option, doing that is better than doing nothing. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I don't think it's a waste of your time to go. It's not a waste of your time because optically it can cause more people to be radicalized. I suppose can cause more people to take action. But yeah, it's better than nothing. All right. So I don't want us to, even though we might have some strategic disagreements about the No Kings protests or how it's presented, it's still better than nothing. I've said before, yeah, it's also a good way of making connections. I've also said before, guys, that one of the issues with No Kings, to be clear, one of the issues with No Kings is, I've said this before, in order for these things to work, you need clear demands and escalation. So No Kings does not have clear demands. Right? They don't clearly state what demands they're making of the government, and they do not escalate when their demands aren't met. Okay? So as in that's what you need to do. If you have a protest, you need to make clear demands, and then if those demands are not met, you need to escalate. You need to do something more than protest, but they never do that, okay? That being said, it's better than nothing, all right? Philly Cheese, question, CR, how much of an effect did domestic protest have on ending the Vietnam War? The effect it had, Philly Cheese, was that it was effective when the government killed a bunch of people. I know that sounds dark, but I've said it before on stream, guys. Protests are typically effective when the government overreacts and it gets media attention. Someone tell me in the chat, here's my history question. At what incident did the government overreact in the United States, which caused increased radicalization during the Vietnam War? I know you know, Retro Asher, and Dolly Boy probably know. I know a lot of you probably know. Kent State, correct. At Kent State, yes, there you know too, Philly cheese. The government overreacted and killed a bunch of college kids. It was caught on camera, and that made a bunch of universities start heavily resisting. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's the way that, you know, the government will need to make a mistake, okay? Um, yeah, okay, so again, that's the problem. Yeah, I know you did. I know you did, Dolly Boy. Okay, so and I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that as a historian, and this is it's dark, and you guys know I don't want anyone to get hurt. But back when there were, remember what ended up radicalizing people recently? It was that on camera, 3 people were murdered in Minneapolis, caught on camera. That really radicalized people. Okay, and so anyway. Outer Signal says, do you think there's any chance that future admins will investigate the constant stock market manipulation under Trump, or will flood the zone make us all forget? Oh, that's a really good question there, Outer Signal. No, Outer Signal, probably not. I would guess that future administrations will also manipulate the stock market, maybe not as severely and obviously as Trump. That's a good question, though. So I don't think so, Outer Signal. That's a good I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, but it's I would hope so. Okay, all right. Let's see here. Let's see here. What do you mean this is democracy? Okay, da, 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 da. Exactly, Meowzord. You mean this is what democracy looks like? Isn't a clear demand? Yeah, I know. But still, guys, I don't want you to think I don't want you to think that you shouldn't go. You should do whatever you can, okay? I know, Oxpecker, all right. Let's see here. Is Sasha? Yeah, Sasha Khan. Right. The best reason to go is nailing chicks. There you go, guys. You heard it from Sasha Khan's mouth. Now, I'm not exactly looking for quote unquote chicks, but I'm just saying, right? Oh, God, I sound like a misogynist or some shit. You know what I'm saying? You can pick up people, right? You can pick up people. All right, let's put it that way. Though I do think at my when I went to that last protest, and that I did on camera, I saw one of my no, Sasha Khan, you don't have to apologize, okay? You don't have to apologize. I saw one of my exes there. I just didn't say it, so that was kind of annoying. But you know, otherwise, maybe you can get some girls. Okay, all right, or some guys, or whatever you're into, right? All right. Okay. Do you think the No Kings protest is a good place to pick up snow bunnies? What's a snow bunny? Is that a phrase I don't know? Okay, is that a phrase I don't know? Yeah, I feel we are in the malicious non-compliance phase. I agree. God, Dolly Boy, oh my God, just don't. Stop. All right? Okay, any other questions I'm missing here? What other questions do you think? What is a snow bunny, by the way? I don't even know what that is. Google the term snow bunny? Oh, no. Jesus Christ. Okay, fine. Snow bunny. Snow bunny, what is that? Why do you guys keep don't know? Jonas, I know what that word is. We learned about that on stream. Snow bunny. You guys keep teaching me shit that I am unaware of. Phrase. Oh God. Ew. Ew. Nasty. You people make me sick. You know that? You make me sick. Okay? I would never use that term, maybe because I'm gay. Never use that term. Yeah, Philly cheese. Ew. Disgusting. You all fetishize people. Okay, whatever. I don't care, Sasha Khan. You disgust me. You all disgust me. I would never use that language. Yeah, you're destroying my innocence, guys. I was an angelic. I was like, I don't know. I was as virginal as as white snow. I don't know. That was a really weird comment. I don't know what worm to use. Okay, yeah, I know. You guys teach me a lot. Whatever. Screw you. Okay, whatever. Okay, I hate you all. Chat made Jester sad. I'm very sad. Okay. All right, dear God. First, you guys taught me what a mud shark was, and now you've taught me what a snow bunny is. I learned about Asmongold. Dear God. What other horrible things am I going to learn from all of you? Sasha Khan taught me about that one shit. That thing you can use to talk online. It wasn't nearly as extreme as the Chinese gay terms. That's true. That's true, Jonas. And that's for a good point. That's right. You did. You taught me about the Shoggoth AI meme. I am so ignorant. All right, whatever. I hate all of you. Okay, screw all of you. All right. What's a Knight Rider? I'm sorry. I shouldn't ask. Virginal as white snow. Whatever. I don't know what it means. Outer signal. I don't know. I was just trying to come up with something off the top of my head. Don't judge me. Okay. Oh, I know, Sam. I know what British people call cigarettes, and I will never forgive you people from the UK out there. Never. I know what you call cigarettes. I know. Okay, how dare you? How dare you? You're all a bunch of homophobes. All right? No, I know you don't mean it that way when you use it. All right. Oh, interesting, LaQuote. And Knight Rider was a TV show. I don't know. If you're ignorant, how come you can still learn? It makes no sense. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so Macon says, did you hear Tim Walz is urging Minnesota Democrats not to raise taxes on the wealthy? Oh, shocking. Jesus Christ, I didn't hear that, but that's not shocking at all to me, okay? He definitely was so strong about ICE and stuff when that was happening in Minnesota. No, he wasn't. I'm joking. He said he literally bowed to them and ended up giving them what they wanted. Okay. Matter of fact, my niece is here with her baby who happens to have a black father named Chris. Oh, that's cute, Sasha Khan. All right. Let's see here. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions now that you've educated me and I'm disturbed? Oh, what else, guys? What else? Yeah, Tim Walz can F the write-off. Did you hear? Tim has to sit in the cuck chair. That's for sure. Yeah, Tim Walz is just, I can't. Can we just, guys, I want you all to see this, though, right? You do see, because what's going to happen, guys, what's going to happen is, I know it, and a lot of us do this. Let's be honest. We know that the system is completely irrevocably corrupt and not going to work for us. But then we go back to eating our lunches, going to work, and thinking about the next election. And I know that there are structural issues that make that almost necessary sometimes, because we need to survive. We need to work. We're cut off. It's hard to organize. A lot of us don't have the skills or knowledge or connections to know how to organize. A lot, and shit like that. But just don't forget that, we can't just be like, oh, well, let's, oh, yes, everything is corrupt and horrible. Well, who are we going to vote for in the next election? We need more than that, right? We need more than that. I'm just saying that. Just kind of a reminder out there for all of you. Little heart. Whoop. Okay, love you all. You're all the best. Okay. Any other questions? You guys are really quiet. You're very quiet today. A democratic business chat. Hey, that's true. What do you mean in a democratic business chat? That I know Weird Amorphous Blob is based. Weird Amorphous Blob has done political organizing. Maybe you need to teach us. Okay. You need to teach us, Weird Amorphous Blob, how to organize. Oxpecker says yes. Yeah, because we need people to spread an influence. Just because life isn't a movie, that doesn't mean you can't have. Exactly, Ox. You're right. Okay. I was talking to chat dummy CR. You're a dummy, invalid axiom. That's an invalid axiom. Not really, but okay, whatever. Anything else, guys? Anything else? I feel like it's dying down. I feel like the questions are dying down. Okay, I feel like the questions are dying down. All right. So, also, yeah, but also quit looking for the fourth wall. You won't find it. There you go. The fourth wall. What does that mean, Oxpecker? I'm sorry. What's that? I've heard that before, but what does it mean? I'm a fool. Okay. Oh, Fetty Spaghetti says, if you ran for office, what would your platform be? Fetty Spaghetti. Oh, that's a good question. Fetty Spaghetti. It depends on what I'm running for, obviously. Like if I'm running for school board or whatever, it'd be different than if I'm running for president or congressman, right? I don't know. I will say, if you go to our Discord, there are a list of reforms listed there, and I actually posted a modern Declaration of Independence. And I basically like all the idea of all those reforms. I could probably add more to it. The fourth wall is like a myth, about certain parts. Really? Ooh. Oh, yes, invalid axiom. I would. Let me put it this way, guys. Regardless of what I would run on, I would use the bully pulpit. Okay. Now, I'm not going to be running for office, guys, but I would use the bully pulpit like Lincoln did. I would do whatever it took to get things done and not do all this kind of bullshit. Well, we can't do this. Well, we can't do that. Oh, I don't know. Okay. I would also intimidate and humiliate Democrats. Okay. As in, I would literally get in front of a camera. And if there was a Democrat resisting what I'm asking them to do for the people of the United States, I would get on camera and be like, hey, by the way, did you see the donors of this Democrat? Isn't that interesting? Maybe the voters who supported this candidate should email them, go outside their office and start protesting. Okay, I would literally advocate for resistance against fellow Democrats if they weren't doing what I told them to do. And to get things done, because ain't no way I'm going to sit back and let corrupt Democrats tank what needs to be done. Okay. So, all right. Yeah. And I won't really care what the media, if I were running, I would not care what the media said. Okay. I would want to get things done. All right. So, look up Mayor Pete Buttigieg Iowa dance, please. I want to see. Oh God, Sam? I hate Pete Buttigieg. Okay, I'll take a look, but what is it? Tell me while I'm looking it up. Pete Buttigieg. Jesus. Pete Buttigieg Iowa dance. Iowa dance. Oh dear God, is he gonna? It's a cringe dance. Ugh. Okay, guys, get ready to cringe. Pete Buttigieg dancing. Okay. Ew, no. Ew, God. Okay, I'm gonna mute it because I don't want to have to hear the music. But let's take a look. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg deeply corrupt. Deeply corrupt. All right. Where the hell's my face? Where the fuck did my face go? There it is. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, so we're not gonna play the music so I don't get copyrighted, but let's watch. Where's Pete Buttigieg? Where is he? I don't see him. Where is he? I don't see Pete Buttigieg. Where's Pete Buttigieg? Is this a joke? I don't see Pete. Is this Pete Buttigieg dance in Iowa? Where is he? Is he even there? I don't see him. Wait, what are we watching? Someone tell me? I don't see any Pete Buttigieg. It just looks like a bunch of people dancing for Pete Buttigieg, which I don't know why you'd waste your time. Well, okay. I don't know what that was, but thank you, I guess. I'm not sure what it was. This is when he's running for president. Those are organ. Oh, I see. They're just dancing for him. Oh, well, that's really stupid. Okay, that's really stupid. Why would you waste your time dancing for Pete Buttigieg? Jesus. Okay. God, I'd rather dance for I don't know, a roadkill carcass than dance for I'd be driving down the highway and find a raccoon that's been smashed, and maybe then I'd get out of my car and do a little dance, but not for Pete Buttigieg. I know that's I don't know what I meant by that. You get the idea. Okay, Outer Signal. I would rather be a great one-term president. Yeah, exactly. Outer Signal. Exactly. Okay. Maybe they're singing "We Are Pete Buttigieg" behind the probably. Okay. I don't know, Sam. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying. All right. Yeah, let's take a look at that too. Louise, you said that Iran posted some sort of video. Where? Where'd you post it? Oh. Oh, okay. So this was posted by Iranian state media. Let's see what they did. Is this it? – Okay, let's watch. Iranian state media released this. Yeah, thank you, Sylvie. That's a good way to call it. McKinsey P. He worked for the McKinsey consulting firm, which is a massive consulting agency. He's a monster. I hate Pete Buttigieg. I hate Pete Buttigieg. I would not be Pete Buttigieg, guys. And I can promise you, even though I'm a slut, I would never mention that I'm gay. I would just be like, hey, guys, I want to fix some shit. And I don't care who gets in the way. And then I'm not going to rant all the time about how I'm gay, so you should support me like Pete Buttigieg does. Okay. Anyway, if I were running, which I never will, because anyway, let's. Help, help. No, we can't. No, we can't. No, we can't, right? This is true.
I love.
All right. Yeah, as a gay veteran with a good heart and a long-standing relationship with Mackenzie. Yeah, a long-standing relationship with Mackenzie. I deserve to be your next president. Yeah, okay. Dear God. All right, that's good. Okay, let's see here. Sam, knowing Trump, he might attack Iran again because of this video. I know, right? It's so stupid. So fucking stupid. Ugh, okay. Anything else I missed here? Anything else I missed here, guys? Let's go on. Let's call it. Now, don't leave if you're on Twitch, okay? If you're over on Twitch, I'm going to send you to someone else. Anyone have an idea of who I could send you to? Any suggestions? Oh, and Valid Axiom, did you not read it? Did you not hear about it? So Trump has canceled that deadline and said now we have a 5-day deadline and that we're negotiating with Iran, which is almost certainly a lie. Okay, almost certainly a lie. So, okay. Okay, Oxpecker says we're not going to go to Asmongold. No. We'll look at whoever this person is that Oxpecker just read to. Peace fire now. Let's see here. Is there a reason you choose certain people? Are these just people you like to watch, Pecker? He's chill? Okay, let's take a look. Oopsie, I don't want you guys to see all this shit. Let me find this person real fast. So let me put my face up first, actually, so that you can see my face while I do this. You don't have to sit there wondering what the hell I'm doing. I have gotten like no one has subbed to me since I've started sending people to other streams. I don't know what's happening. Whatever. Whatever. How dare they? Okay. How dare they all? All right. I'm just gonna see here. So where did I put that? Oh my God, I'm incompetent. Where is this? Okay, let's see here. So this person is paste peace fire now. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, so we'll do peace fire now. He looks like a lefty. Absolutely. Let's do peace fire now. All right. I know who's more generous about networking with other people. Oh, thank you, Oxpecker. Okay, bye-bye, Outer Signal. Okay, so let me quickly do. Yeah, absolutely, Sam. I can do a lesson about the I can absolutely do that, Sam. A lesson on the patient revolution. I think I've said I would do it before. Okay, real fast. So we're going to do raid. Yeah, guys, before I do this, free Palestine. Okay, free Palestine. Never stop resisting. That includes the easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. That includes in you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Okay. See what other people are saying. I'm not perfect. Okay. Sometimes I make mistakes. I'm just a human, like I've mentioned before. I'm not better than any of you, right? Whatever. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Okay. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let them. Don't be a slug. Come on. Come on. I know some of you might like escargot, but don't be a snail. Okay. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners, and it's been passed down in my family since the Civil War. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices, including Captain Jack, who we learned about earlier, right? Captain Jack and Jim Hooker, who fought the federal government over, their land. All right. Do not let their sacrifices go to waste, folks, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I will come back on tomorrow. I'm going to raid this person's channel. So for those that are over on Twitch, be prepared. Be prepared. Everyone ready? Ready for it? Let's go to this person's channel. Boop. All right, everyone join in if you want to go raid Peacefire now over on Twitch. Okay, bye-bye, everyone. Let's see here. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready who wants to go? Let's raid! All right, for those that are on YouTube and still on Twitch, you have a good rest of your day. Thank you very much for stopping by. I love you all very much. Join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the YouTube and the Twitch chat. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye. If I can figure out how to turn it off because the button isn't working. There we go. And